16 is now in session. I'll assume the room is presiding. Please be seated. Thank you.
All right, good morning to everyone. And let's go ahead and set forth our appearances on the record. We'll start first with the plaintiff, then we'll move to the defense.
Your Honor, Will Kemp, Teddy Parker, Eric Pepperman, and Brianna Switzler.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Ledoux, Matthew Kaufman, Eric Freeman on behalf of the Rural Water Defendants.
All right, before we get started, do we have any issues we need to decide outside the presence?
No, Your Honor, just a little preview. I've talked to Mr. Ledoux about where we're heading with this, and so what we think is, assuming we get started sometime in the next 15, 20 minutes, that we'll be done by 3 today. And he's got a video he can play that's about an hour. And then we put in the rest of the defense case, I understand he has a couple videos and some experts. Two of the experts, I guess, can't come till Monday. I don't really understand why, but if that's the case, best case scenario, we'll be starting closing arguments at 11 o'clock Monday, or more likely right after lunch. So the problem I see is if we do close arguments all Monday afternoon, and then part Tuesday morning, and give it to the jury, you give them a day and a half to deliberate until the one juror has to go get his dental procedure. I don't think they can get the compensatory figured out in a day and a half based on what we've seen with the Rain case, Your Honor. So what I would, and this, again, I'm previewing it, because I talked to Mr. Ledoux about this morning. I think probably at some point, and now is not the time because there's always other problems that could come up with jurors, but at some point we might want to let this guy go and move up the first alternate, and that way we don't lose the whole day of deliberations on Thursday. And again, Nevada Day's Friday.
No, I understand, I do.
So I can see them getting deliberations by Thursday with that schedule. You know, it'd be nice if we could move these two experts, at least one of them up to Friday, but I guess that's not possible. So.
Your Honor, Joel Ledoux, on behalf of the Rural Water Defendants, it's not possible, unfortunately. We've stipulated to a number of things that have cut the plaintiff's case short to try and streamline
It is
the
what it is,
process.
Mr. Ledoux. I don't need an explanation, I
I
understand.
appreciate that, Your Honor. As far as switching out the jurors, I understand some other jurors or at least one other, may have a logistical issue, so what I advised plaintiff's counsel is we'll just wait and see and talk about it at lunch. We too want to get the case decided before Nevada Day. I think that would be a great way to conclude the case and be done rather than have to carry over. So we're in agreement on the goal. It's just a question of what strategy can we use to get there.
There's the other problem that Marshall Sloan told us about was the juror, he didn't say which one it was, but I'm assuming it's the one that works at the Four Seasons.
Was that Miss Shante Moret?
I don't know if that was
Marshall,
Shirley.
which
Your
one
Honor,
was
I'm
it?
going to go find out. I was lazy and I didn't get the name.
Yeah, go find out.
Please indulge us. Give me a second, please.
He's still on vacation, Your Honor.
Still on the case. And that's something we have to deal with too, because it's my understanding in talking to Marshall, she had the impression she was gonna get paid for jury service. Now she found out it's only 3 days.
Yeah, I don't know which one it is. It's
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah.
But
She'll take
that's why. Go ahead, Mr. Parker.
The only thing I was gonna say, Your Honor, I don't know who it is either, but the fact that that person has been kind enough to stay on, I don't know if I guess you'll have to inquire whether or not they would like to use that as some form of financial hardship or remove themselves from the jury. But I'm assuming the court's gonna give that person an opportunity to say one way or the other.
Oh, of course, we can find out what the issue is.
Yeah, Judge, in under similar circumstances, I've agreed to this 3 or 4 times in the past. We've agreed to just fund that one juror if she's got a financial hardship, or he, you know, whoever it is.
Your Honor, it was juror number 3, Shay Moray.
Okay, that's the one.
Is that Four Seasons? Yeah, but, I mean,
What?
And that would be anonymously, right?
yeah, no, we don't say for plaintiffs. We'd be agreeable to do that. Mr. Ledoux doesn't prompt that.
We'll talk about this at lunch.
I'll let you
There's
talk
a lot
about
to digest so far.
Because I don't mind telling you this, and normally I'm pretty lax as far as hardships are concerned, but I am of concern now, it's because this is something that should have been brought up at the very outset.
Right.
And now here we are, and we're at the, where we can actually see the end, we made the turn, right? Like in horse racing.
Yes, we've made the turn.
We've made the turn, and we're headed toward the final stretch.
Yep.
And now we can have potential problems with jurors. I'm really concerned about that.
Yeah, we do have 3 alternates, but if you got like 2 of them, then you only have 1 alternate.
Exactly.
It's all been-
You know, and
For
I have no
planning
problem with the funding issue as long as it's done in such a way where, I don't know how we classify it, but of course you can't know the sources, number one.
Right.
And number two, if it's, you work that out, but in such a way where if somebody's picking up the difference there as far as lost monies are concerned, I would anticipate it's not a lot of money. But for them, it's a lot of money. That's what we sometimes overlook, right?
Yeah, doing a whole case over again for $200 or $300 just isn't prudent.
No, and it's not, but it's a unique issue. I'm gonna let both of you have a opportunity to talk about it and vet it. But, because I would be really concerned if we get down to one alternate. I get it with everyone. I'm very much concerned about that. So what do we do? How do we proceed as far as she's concerned? Have her come in right now and talk to her real quick? Or wait?
I think we should wait and see if we have a solution before we address the
Okay,
problem.
it makes,
That makes sense.
it makes sense. It does. Makes a lot of sense. All right, is there,
Judge, we did need a little more information about the juror.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. Do you want me to go bring Mr. Chris in?
I think maybe the marshal can just get it at the lunch break or something.
My understanding said it was gonna be Thursday. I just asked him, you know, when it's supposed to be used. His Thursdays when he has surgery on his neck. You're saying facial surgery or
Is it all day thing?
Was it a wisdom tooth or something?
I didn't get that far. He just said it was Thursday.
I believe it was a gum graft.
It's a gum graft, whatever that is. He said that.
Why don't we bring him in at the lunch break, let all the other jurors go?
Yeah, we'll just leave him and just ask him a few questions as to what his limit is on Thursday. How's that?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
There you are.
All right, so, Marshall, we can bring him in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Joe, what time are you bringing it outside? I'm sorry, Lynn? Lynn, you're gonna ask the boss. Oh. Hey, Joe.
What time?
I don't know off the top of my head. I gotta, probably do Dr. Robbins, sir.
You gonna do Robbinsburg?
Yeah.
Monday, Friday.
Monday.
No, but who are you bringing on Friday?
No, we're gonna do Lynn via video.
On Friday?
Yeah.
What, is that the first witness you on Friday?
You might play some videos.
Okay, first.
Depends on what time we talk. Dr. Lynn's not available until 1:30, so we gotta
Okay.
work with the court and figure out when we want to do
All right.
jury instructions,
Okay,
and then, you know, when we want to bring them in.
okay, so 1:30 is when some people do that.
We might be able to do one, but he's on call, so, you know, that's when it's called, his shift ends officially at 1 o'clock.
Okay, one reason I asked is, you know, we have the, one juror that we on the early side.
Yeah, no, we should be done. I don't anticipate Dr. Wentz, I mean, it's just Trevor Belli.
Right.
So I don't anticipate his testimony taking more than
Okay,
45 minutes to an hour, if that.
okay,
I mean, I'm sure it's,
all right.
depends on how much time you want to spend with him, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to spend less than you.
Okay, we can play this game.
No, no, if you're gonna be less than an hour,
Someplace.
Oh,
I'll probably be less than 30 minutes.
yeah, honestly, I think I'm 15 to 20 minutes at a time.
Oh, shit, then-
Basically just future care type stuff, you know, it's not causation.
But then I'll probably be 10 minutes or so, if that's all you want to spend with me. When you said an hour, so then I was like, okay. what is
Well, I'm
he
being,
gonna talk about?
trying to
Trevor
be,
Abel, he doesn't have that much to talk about.
I'm trying to be conservative. Between you and I was counting out an hour.
He's gotta go twice as long as Trevor.
Is that the rule in Nevada?
That's it.
All rise. For the jury.
right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say good morning to everyone. And I guess you've had a chance to meet Marshall Sloan. Yes, and he's back, and we welcome him back. Anyway, it's my understanding we don't have any other issues outside the presence of the jury, and we're ready to continue. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We can get started.
Your Honor, we would call Steve Watkins. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Watkins, Steben, W-A-D as in Delta, K-I-N-S.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Watkins.
Morning.
Could you tell the jury where you live?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell the jury where you live?
I live in Henderson, Nevada.
And how long have you lived in Nevada?
I was born and raised.
Where'd you go to high school?
Went to Valley.
And what do you do for a living at the present time?
I'm a home inspector.
And are you familiar with the product known as real water?
Yes, sir.
When did you start drinking it?
About 2015, 16.
Okay. What attracted you to real water?
I thought the benefits of it, when I started drinking it, it didn't make my stomach full when I drank the water. I drink a lot of water.
How much did you drink?
I measure my water daily. I drink a little over 3 liters a day.
Did there come a time that you had some medical problems?
Yes, May 2018.
Can you tell the jury what kind of problems you had?
So that was my 34th wedding anniversary, and my wife and I went to a spa. Wasn't feeling that great. Went home, and she wasn't feeling that good, so I took my daughter to, she was 12 at the time, actually my granddaughter, we raised her. Destiny, I took her to a friend of ours that I grew up with. His son was graduating high school, it was a graduation party, and I went into their home, and he was, at the time, he was the captain of the fire department. His daughter was a Henderson cop. And they looked at me and said, "Yeah, you don't look good." I said, "I'm kind of dizzy." And I said, "Yeah, you need to go home." So driving home, I kind of wasn't joking, but I was telling Destiny at 12, like, you might have to drive my truck to take me home. But I made it. Got home, and I went right to bed. And so when I went to bed, I just remember waking up. It was like an out-of-body experience that I had. It was, I thought I had a stroke. I couldn't see. It was like I can see this way, but I can't see in my pupils. It was really blurry. And I couldn't hardly talk. I was weak, and I just laid there. All I wanted to do was sleep. And so I was sitting there just waiting for my wife Jerry to wake up, and she thought I was still sick. She got up. She left me there, and thought I was just sleeping. And when she got back from work, she noticed that I was still in bed. And then Destiny and Jerry tried to put water as I was laying down. I just remember this. I just felt water going all over my jaw. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm thinking to myself, I couldn't communicate with them. Thinking to myself that they're going to drown me. And they were putting real water in my mouth. And there's like, Dusty says, "Poppy, you need to get up." Couldn't get up. I couldn't communicate. And then So that's when, you know, they picked me up along with a friend of ours and took me to the hospital. And then when I got into the hospital.
So before we go to the hospital, you said this was the date of your wedding anniversary?
Yes, sir.
And without putting you on the spot, what day is that?
May 25th.
2018.
Yes, sir.
And then you said your wife was sick too?
Yeah, she wasn't feeling well.
Okay. Did she drink real water also?
She did, but her and Destiny didn't drink like I did. I drink a lot of water.
They drank a little bit and you drank a lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, but you said you went to the hospital. Which hospital was that?
I went to, well, Desert Springs is the one that admitted me. They had a gurney waiting for me outside.
Did you go to another hospital first?
I did. I went to St. Rose. They put me in a wheelchair and they put a blood pressure cuff on me, is what Jerry said. And I just hear Jerry arguing with them because I can't see. And I can hear. And I just heard Jerry was upset because they were releasing me. And so they put me back in my car and went home, and I heard Jerry crying. And because she was telling them, like, this is not my husband. My husband is not like this. And they're saying, well, there's nothing wrong with him. So.
This is St. Rose.
Yes, sir.
On May 25th.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So she tried to prop me up on the couch and she gave me a bottle of water, and I tried to hold it, and I didn't have no feelings in my hands, so I dropped the water everywhere. Still couldn't see, and then she kept on calling the hospital, and so she took me back down to St. Rose, and again, they said, put a blood pressure cuff on, and she's like, I think my husband had a stroke, and so then at that point in time, she made a phone call to a friend of ours, and she knew somebody at Desert Springs Hospital, and she made a call to them, and they had a gurney waiting for me outside, and they put me on the gurney, rushed me up. And I can hear, and
before you went to Desert Springs, did you have any problems at home going up and down stairs or anything like that?
yeah, so we had a two-story, and I couldn't walk because my legs would buckle, and I collapsed. And then I was crawling, I fell down the stairs, I thought I broke my shoulder, my collarbone, really hit the wall. And so that's how I would, because Jerry she couldn't pick me up. And so I literally was trying to crawl upstairs, and so.
Okay, let's get back to Desert Springs. How was it they had a gurney waiting for you?
So Jerry's friend had talked to a person at Desert Springs, and she knows me, and so that's how they had a gurney waiting on me to admit me.
What happened when you got to Desert Springs?
They, all I felt was, they were rushing me, and they started doing blood, and when they got the blood samples back, I heard the doctors, there was a lot of doctors all over me, were doing a lot of stuff. And one doctor says, how much does your husband drink? And
Referring to alcohol.
oh yeah, alcohol. How much does your husband drink alcohol? My wife goes, occasionally he'll have a glass of wine or a cocktail. Well, his liver is, his enzymes are off, and I'm listening to this, and and so I really thought I had a stroke. So
Let's stop. Shane, can I have my slide 2560026, one of the Desert Springs records?
What exhibit is this?
You have an exhibit?
256?
2560026. 256. Okay, Mr. Watkins, these are the things that you told them at the hospital, or that they described at the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, generalized weakness, slurred speech, see the reference to the alcohol you just told us about.
Sorry, counsel, I don't have this as admitted.
What was the number again?
256.
256? Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to admit 256.
Submitted.
Okay. All right, what happened after this? You said you had confusion?
Yeah, I was very delirious.
Shane, can I see 256-31? Told them that you had confusion?
I did. My brain wasn't working.
What do you mean by that?
I thought I had a stroke, and I couldn't communicate. I couldn't see.
And after you checked in the hospital, did you continue to have mental confusion?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, so that night, first of all, they gave me the wrong blood pressure meds, and Destiny's like called me Poppy. She's like, look at Poppy's face, my veins started popping out, so they had to rush in and give me something to calm that down. And then that night, I couldn't sleep. I just saw me as like just trying to do everything I could to, just come out of whatever I was in. And I seen a nurse look like Satan. I seen another nurse that looked like an angel. And I knew I was just really screwed.
So you were having hallucinations.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't Halloween.
No.
Did they draw blood from you to do some sort of liver function test?
They did.
Okay. And Shane, can I have 46, please? So here's the
What exhibit?
still exhibit 256. So what do we got here? We have 793, 363, with normal being 3746 at this hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
I discussed this with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's take a look at the ammonia, Shane, please. Should be on 35, Shane. Okay, the ammonia there is 40 high. I discussed that with you too.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you stay at Desert Springs?
I know I stayed there a week. And, yeah, at least a week. And it had to take 2 days to bring my blood pressure down.
They discharged you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see the discharge diagnosis, Shane, exhibit 256, page 41. Told you you had acute liver failure, right?
Yes, sir.
And with regards to all these other things, the encephalopathy, the elevated INR, falling down, they told you you had that too, right?
Yeah.
And when you left the hospital, how did you get the car?
I'm sorry?
When you left the hospital, you took a car home?
Yes, sir.
How did you get to the car?
They put me in a wheelchair, and there was 2 nurses that helped me get into the car that Jerry was driving.
What happened when you got home?
I got home, Jerry and a couple friends kind of picked me up and took me inside the home.
And did you
got home, I was just on the couch, and again, I would be crawling again, because I try to stand on my own, and my legs buckled like there was something wrong. So then I believe it was the next day, I had a stutter in my speech, and
Had you ever had that before?
I'm sorry?
Had you ever had that before?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was stuttering, and Jerry's like, "Hey, you're stuttering," and so obviously that was kind of scary. But I was talking.
And how long did you have to stay at home?
I stayed at home for a long time.
Weeks, months, what?
Yeah, I remember going to my son's. I have a son that's 35, my daughter's 36, and I have 2 granddaughters. Going to my son's daughter's, Gracie Joy, she turned 1, going to all their birthdays, and I was holding Gracie Joy, and kind of on the couch, and I was feeling a little bit better, and then I felt something go on in my brain. It was like that uh-oh again, and so I looked at Jerry and I grabbed Gracie. I'm going to drop her, and sure enough, I went back into that state, and I'm looking at Jerry. I'm like, "Don't take me to the hospital," because that's really scared the shit out of me. Scared the heck out of me. So she didn't, and then they gave me lactulose, and it's for the liver. It's supposed to, what I understand, detoxify the liver and get whatever's in my liver out. So when I drank that, I felt better. So I came back to.
After you got home, did you lose weight?
Well, actually in the hospital, I lost about 50 pounds. And when I got home, underwear, nothing fit. It was just like, it was, yeah.
And you mentioned you fell before you went to the hospital. Did you have any incidents of falling after you got home from the hospital?
Well, I fell another time when my legs buckled, but I didn't stand for a while because, I certainly didn't want to.
Okay. After you got out of the hospital, did you drink real water?
I did, and the doctor told me not to. And that's probably why I went back into that again at the birthday party. So I stopped drinking it when the doctor told me not to.
Okay. Shane, can I have exhibit 260 and 259? Tori, these are pictures. I think they're admitted.
269?
After that, I'll move to admitted.
260.
260 and 259.
I don't have either of those.
Okay. Pictures of, I moved to admit both of them.
No problem.
Okay, shall be admitted.
Okay. What's this picture of, Steve?
That's my granddaughter, Gracie Joy.
Okay. And was there an incident involving the granddaughter when you were confused or affected by real water?
Yeah, I almost dropped her.
Okay. Can you tell the jury more about it?
Yeah, so I was saying that I was at a little birthday party at my son's home, Cartelos home.
So that's the birthday party? The picture on the left?
That's not no. I
That's
don't think
after?
so. Yeah, I think that's after, yes, sir.
How about the picture on the right? What's that?
That's my other granddaughter that we raised. She's 17 now. She was 12 in that picture. And I believe that's Father's Day.
Okay. After you were hospitalized in May and June of 2018, did you bring this to the attention of Real Water?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do that?
My wife sent an email to them.
Okay. Shane, can I have the email on the screen? Can we pop up the last part? There we go. husband has been in the hospital for 2 weeks, and the doctor wants him to stop drinking alkaline water. Is that the email your wife sent to Real Water in May or June of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did they contact you after you sent this email?
No, sir.
So, no investigator from Real Water called you and wanted to interview you?
No, sir.
They send you any flowers while you're in the hospital?
No, sir.
Any sympathy card?
No, sir.
Was there any attempt at Real Water to contact you with regards to your report of an injury?
No, sir.
Now, you've heard Dr. Hudson, I don't know if you, were you here for Dr. Hudson's testimony where he recommended the monitoring?
I don't think I was.
Okay. Assuming Dr. Hudson recommended monitoring, in other words, liver function tests annually, are you committed to doing that?
Yes, sir.
And did you hear his testimony that he was suggesting psychological care?
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir, I think I was here.
Okay. And if the doctors want you to do that, you're committed to doing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Looked back for my glasses and they're on my face. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Watkins.
Good morning.
We heard about your stay at Desert Springs Hospital, and you discussed your treatment and your stay there with Mr. Kemp. We appreciate that. I want to get a couple things clarified. You didn't have to undergo a liver biopsy, correct?
No, I didn't have to do that, and when the doctor was talking to my wife Jerry, said that we're gonna have to do a liver biopsy, and then my numbers started coming down after the second day, and then they opted not to do that.
Okay, that's great. You also didn't have to be sent anywhere for a liver transplant evaluation?
No, sir.
And you talked about you had feelings of having a stroke, but you were never diagnosed with having a stroke, is that
No,
correct? Okay. Do you recall filling out a fact sheet and
Yes, sir.
discussing that in your deposition?
Yes, sir.
Under dates of treatment for your stay at Desert Springs Hospital, you put May 29, 2018 through May 31st, 2018. Does that refresh your recollection about your stay there?
If I put that on there.
That's about 3 days.
Okay.
And after that 3 days, you were deemed well enough to be discharged?
Yeah, so let me clarify that, okay? When I was doing this fact sheet for the attorneys, I looked at the dates that's on the medical record. My wife and I always disputed out those dates. I was in there for more than 3 days, so just to let you know.
Okay. Well, and you talked about you'd gone to a couple other facilities but never been formally admitted, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Now, you've had some follow-up tests of your liver since being discharged from Desert Springs?
Yeah, and I just had a recent one, just, my GI doctor, he just, because I had pain in my stomach, really bad pain. I just seen him about 2 weeks ago. He sent me in for a, it's an x-ray, I forget what it's called, but they put the dye in your arm and they take a scan. So he did and then he sent me in for a hepatic blood test for all the liver functions, but yes, sir.
Just to make sure your liver's still doing well?
I'm sorry?
Just to check your liver, to follow up?
No, this time, no, it wasn't a checkup. It was, I called them and said, I'm having some major pain. So I went in and that's when he sent me.
Okay, but no doctor's ever told you that your liver tests have become elevated again since you've been discharged?
At the beginning, they were a little elevated.
Yes. But they eventually went down?
Yes, sir.
And you've never needed to be admitted to the hospital again, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. In fact, one of the, you mentioned a specialist. I saw some records you went to digestive disease specialists. Does that ring a bell?
I think that was at the beginning, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. In fact, I have a note here, June 25, 2018, which is about a month after you were discharged from Desert Springs. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir, if that's what it says.
And it was reported that complete normalization of liver injury tests. Do you recall that?
I don't,
Okay.
no, sir.
So it's been about 6 years since you've needed treatment for your liver, is that correct?
Yes, sir, 2018 to 2024.
Have you had any psychological counseling in the last 6 years?
No, sir.
As far as your medical bills, I have a total here of $95,629.56. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming to this morning and testifying. And again, I'm sorry Real Water made you sick.
I have something else to say too. In 2019, my doctor ran tests and...
Your Honor, there isn't a question pending.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Redirect, Mr. Kent.
Mr. Watkins, counsel asked you about the 2021 tests. What happened in 2019?
2019.
I didn't ask objection beyond the scope of redirect.
We were focusing on testing, right?
Yeah, he mentioned the 2021 testing, which was never brought up. And he's going into 2019 testing, which was not brought up either.
Because she asked if you had any normal or abnormal liver tests or problems from 2018 to present.
Overall.
Go ahead.
So I did have testing and they found a fatty liver. This is 2019. And then ended 2019, 2020, my pancreas stopped producing insulin. So my doctor put me on metformin and then tripled my dose. This last year too. So,
Tripled your dose of what?
metformin.
Okay, thank you.
Anything additional, sir?
Just one question, Mr. Watkins.
Yes, sir.
Have you, you've been diagnosed as a diabetic, correct?
Yeah, just 2019.
Okay, and
Pre-diabetic.
the medication that you take is for
It's-
diabetes?
Yeah, pre-diabetic.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you are released.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Oh, got a question. Got to stay there, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir, we do have one question from Mr. Garcia, seat number 5, juror number 5. And the question is as follows, quote, did any of your family members that drank raw water get sick to the point that they had to go to the hospital as well?
Thank you, sir. That is no.
All right, any follow-up, counsel?
And I think you briefly touched on this. There's a difference in how much the rest of the family drank and what you drank. Could you explain that?
Yes, sir. My wife and Destiny are more of iced tea drinkers and like soda drinkers. I've never been a soda. I love iced tea, but I am a water drinker. And like I said, I measured my water. I know I drank a little over 3 liters.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I know. Do I know that?
All right,
Yes. Your Honor, we call Dr. Hutt.
okay.
Need to do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name, please?
Catherine Adams Hutt, last name is 2 words, CATHERINE, ADAMS, space HUTT.
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Hutt.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in food science from Penn State University. I graduated in 1979. A Master's in food science and human nutrition from Michigan State University, graduated in 1981. And a PhD in food science from the University of Illinois. I graduated in 1986, and I'm a registered dietitian.
And can you tell the jury what food science is?
Food science is the science of food systems, and it involves the integration of many different disciplines, including those that involve safety, like food chemistry, food microbiology, food toxicology. Also, things that are involved with manufacturing of food, like food engineering, sensory science, equipment, facilities design, and then also putting all that in context, it involves the disciplines of how food is raised and how water is derived, but it involves disciplines of agriculture, including livestock production and crop production, and then also nutrition.
Okay, and you mentioned agriculture. Have you worked for any governmental entities regarding agriculture?
I did. I worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
During what time period?
It was the 1987 to 1991.
And what was your highest position there?
I was Assistant Administrator of the USDA Food Safety and Inspection Service, otherwise known as FSIS, which is the regulatory agency for meat and poultry, regulates meat and poultry products in the United States.
Okay, and in that position, did you have anything to do with something that we called HACCP?
Yes, I had the distinction and pleasure of creating, actually helping to create what's called the Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Point System. The acronym is HACCP, H-A-C-C-P. I was a special assistant to the administrator for 2 years and then became assistant administrator. But as a special assistant, I took this issue to my boss, who was the administrator, and said the National Academy of Sciences has recommended that this agency respond and change the way that we do meat and poultry inspection from what we called floors, walls, and ceilings inspection, kind of sanitation, condensation, things like that, to a more preventive approach using a logic sequence, which is HACCP. At the time, HACCP was a 3-step program that derived from the space program, and NASA and the U.S. Army Native Laboratories created it for use in the space program because you can't have astronauts getting sick in space. So we took this concept of 3 steps and we took it to an international body through the Codex Alimentarius, an international standard-setting body based in Rome, and we brought experts together and we designed the best and optimal preventive food safety control system. And that is the 7 steps that we know as HACCP today.
Okay, and did you give testimony to Congress about HACCP?
I've testified before Congress 9 times, yes, including the topic of HACCP.
Okay. And where did you go after you left the U.S. Department of Agriculture?
I went to a trade association called the Grocery Manufacturers of America.
And that's all the grocery stores?
No, it's actually the manufacturers that feed into the grocery store. So it's the food manufacturers, like H.J. Heinz and Nestle and Unilever and various other food companies that make products that then go into grocery stores. And it's a forum of industry members who basically get together and work on best practices to promote best practices within the industry to safeguard food.
And where, if anywhere, did you go after the Grocery Manufacturers Association?
I went to work for Campbell Soup Company as their Director of Quality Systems.
And what did that entail?
It was designing next generation quality programs which integrated food safety and HACCP into those programs, but also designed quality management systems to help make sure that HACCP stuck and didn't erode over time. So we used what I call the blueprint for quality management, which was a standard called ISO 9000. ISO 9000 is internationally known. ISO stands for International Standards Organization. 9000 is their quality management scheme. And at the time, the car industry was really into using ISO 9000 for manufacturing consistency in car manufacture, but the food industry was not using it at that time. So we were innovators in actually bringing this tool, ISO 9000, which included quality management and HACCP, into food systems. And I worked to install that program in 100 plants for Campbell Soup globally, and about 25 or 30 in the United States.
Okay, and during what time frame is this?
This is
Roughly.
the late 1980s, correction, late 1990s, late 1990s.
Okay, where'd you go after Campbell's?
I went to work for a food service company called Yum Brands, which has Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut restaurants.
Is it Yum Brands or Yummy Brands? I
Oh, no.
seem to be, it's Yum.
It's Yum, and they used to have a smiling face with a tongue hanging out and an exclamation point, but I think they removed that.
And what are some of their brands?
It's Pizza Hut, which has pizza, Taco Bell, and KFC restaurants.
And what was your job for Yum Brands?
Yum Brand, I worked as the director for restaurant safety, food safety, which managed food safety within all the restaurants, KFC restaurants, Pizza Hut, and Taco Bell restaurants. And also supplier quality and food safety. So I was in the supply chain working with all the suppliers to those restaurants in terms of bringing all the ingredients and making sure that they were safe and using HACCP as a food safety tool.
Okay, and where'd you go after Yum Brands?
I went to work for H.J. Heinz companies. I went back into food manufacturing, where I was their vice president, or I'm sorry, their director for quality systems and food safety. That was equivalent nearly of a vice president level, but they called it director.
For the plants?
For quality systems for North America and for their plants, yes. And they had plants in the United States and also globally. I was directly involved with the plants in North America, but also supported food safety and systems in the global plant systems too.
Okay, and what type of food products did that involve?
Heinz manufactures famously condiments, including ketchup and mayonnaise and pickles and various other things. They also manufacture a wide variety of soups and beans, and also frozen foods, and also pet foods.
Okay, and where'd you go after that?
After Heinz, I went to work for Campbell Soup Company. I'm sorry, I went to work for Coors Brewing Company, which is obviously making beer. And I was the chief quality officer for Coors Brewing Company.
Okay, and where'd you go after that?
I went to work for McDonald's, where I became chief quality officer for McDonald's Corporation globally, vice president level. And I was responsible for food safety, quality, and ultimately nutrition policy for the global McDonald's Corporation.
Okay, and did you implement HACCP for McDonald's?
Well, actually, HACCP became a regulatory requirement, or a regulatory requirement for USDA, and also became a tool that the industry was using broadly. So I didn't have to mandate it because actually our suppliers were using HACCP because at that time, even at that time in the mid-2000s, it was the tool of choice internationally for managing food safety in food manufacturing.
Did you do quality assurance at McDonald's?
I did. I was in charge of quality. I was their chief quality officer, yes.
Okay. And Shane, can I have my next slide up? I think we have a HACCP slide, don't we? Should? Yeah. Okay, Dr. Hutt, you've said this, but can you explain a little more to the jury what this HACCP means and involves?
Sure. Can I step
Sure.
down, please? I can't really see the slide.
Judge, it's okay if she approaches.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, again, the acronym is HACCP, which stands for Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Point System. And there are 7 steps to this process. Thank you. There's 7 steps. The first one is hazard analysis, which means that you identify all the different hazards in your system. You have to start by designing a process flow. This is how I bring ingredients in. This is how we convert ingredients into work in progress and then also finished products. It includes all the transformations, the storage, as well as the conversion, the manufacturing, and whatever the packaging it is also. And the idea here is it's a prevention-oriented logic sequence. So it makes a manufacturer think about what they're doing, what potential hazards they have, and how they're going to prevent them from becoming real hazards, which cause a public health problem, which make people sick. So it starts with a hazard analysis based on your process flow. You have to identify all the ingredients and then understand what hazards are represented for each of those ingredients. And then you declare what are your critical control points. And that means any point at which you can prevent a hazard from becoming a problem or minimize the likelihood of it becoming a problem. Those are critical control points. The third step is to design critical limits for each of those CCPs. How am I going to control this? It's temperature. What are my maximum, minimum temperatures, for example? Time of processing, for example, time of cook would be another CCP. And then the fourth step is how to monitor each one of those critical control points and design their critical limits, based on their critical limits. The fifth point is record keeping. The sixth point is validation. You have to make sure that once you design it all, it actually works. You have to challenge it to make sure that scientifically you're proving that it actually works. And then you have to verify that it is continuously effective over time. So those are the 7 steps of HACCP, which is a great food safety tool.
You can take it.
Thank you.
Kate. So Dr. Hutt, you said you had to identify all of the ingredients. Why do you need to identify all the ingredients as opposed to just some of them and most of them?
Because if you don't identify all your ingredients, you really aren't looking at all your potential hazards. It's easy to assume, oh, this won't cause a problem, that won't cause a problem. It's easy. But that's not what HACCP is about. It's about logically and using a process flow, going through the steps. This is my potential hazards based on the entirety of all my ingredients. I've thought about it, I've designed the system, and then I'm going to put it in place.
Okay. And what about companies like Coca-Cola that have a secret formula? Do they have to identify all their ingredients for HACCP?
Yes, and Heinz is the same way. Heinz has a proprietary formula for ketchup. It's called the X Factor. I know what's in it because I was a quality professional and I needed to know what's in it to make sure that it's safe. And that's known by certain people. It's not known by everybody. And you can document it as a proprietary formula in your ingredient statement, but it has to be known internally to the organization. We have to manage those things too.
And did Campbell's use HACCP?
Oh yes, Campbell, we use HACCP also as part of our ISO 9000 tool. So it was integrated into a quality management scheme, which is the optimal way to preserve that HACCP program over the long term.
And Yum brands, Heinz, Coors, McDonald's, they all use HACCP.
Yes, because this is, again, it's picked up by the industry overall. The world, the global industry, the food industry, uses HACCP as a food safety tool. And that really began in the late, or I should say the mid-1990s. And it's just continued on, and now it's codified by the Food and Drug Administration in their FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act regulations, which are based on HACCP. So it's across all the commodities, meat, poultry, plant-based commodities, dairy, all in the world today.
Okay, now turning to real water.
Yes.
Have you reviewed materials with regards to real water?
Yes.
And in general, what have you looked at?
I've reviewed depositions, I've reviewed their documents in terms of their audits, the audits that have been done of real water by government entities as well as third parties, NSF, for example. I reviewed customer complaints and a variety of information.
Okay, looked at the depositions?
Yes.
Trial testimony?
Yes.
And can you remember whose trial testimony you looked at?
I've looked at Mr. Desautel's trial testimony, Mr. Marlowe's trial testimony,
How about Penny?
and Patty Converse,
Okay, great.
Ms. Converse.
Okay, and have you formed some opinions with regards to real water?
I have.
Okay, Shane, let's have the slide up. Are these your 6 general opinions?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and again, can you explain to the jury what they are, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, without getting into detail?
Sure. So the issues that I call out as a quality professional, food safety professional, they did not have leadership for their quality assurance programs. They had a total disregard to regulatory requirements that were imposed upon them and they were required to comply with. They did not do employee training for food safety and for quality. They did not have consistent standard operating procedures. The frank matter is they kept the most complex and dangerous part of their facility secret from the regulators as well as the auditors. They did not have standard operating procedures for making the concentrate. Back to that. They had problems with their food safety plan. It was not complete, which is a regulatory requirement. It's not just a good idea, it's a regulatory requirement. And they also had significant problems with their customer complaint system. Customer complaints are part of a quality assurance program. I've been responsible for them since my beginning of my career in quality. And they are a tool to make sure that we know what's happening with our program, with our products in the marketplace, because frankly, consuming the product is destructive. We can't do that as food manufacturers, but our customers do. They consume the product and they know what problems they have. And when they report them to us, it's our obligation to respond to them.
Okay, you take the bench.
Thank you.
All right, let's start with number one. Why, and that refers to they didn't have leadership for quality assurance. Why does a bottled water manufacturer need leadership for quality assurance?
Well, every food manufacturer needs leadership for quality because that's how they keep quality moving forward. Quality is a sequence of events, as I described. It's how we conform our product to its specifications. The specifications for a product are the Bible, and the job of quality is to make sure that you're making that product according to that Bible, that specification, every time with minimal variation. And when you don't have leadership for a quality program, it migrates. There's no one accountable for quality management. There's no one accountable for quality assurance. There's no one accountable for the results. And the tools that we have, reviewing customer complaints, making sure that the production line is working well, it's producing what we intend, it's a safe product, it's being produced in a safe environment, all those things can go amiss if you don't have leadership. And actually, in the audits that we have, as well as quality management systems like ISO 9000, one of the first requirements is who's accountable for quality leadership, and make sure that they are compelled to provide the people who are working on quality the tools and resources that they need. That's the job of management. You're actually required to make sure you provide the tools and resources, in terms of money, to those who are accountable for quality in your organization.
Okay, is the director of quality assurance typically the leader, one of the leaders for quality assurance?
It can be, and the title is not important. The role is what's important. I've been in organizations where the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, is really interested in quality and wants to know that his organization's moving forward and evolving forward in food safety and quality. I've had CEOs that don't really care about that but want the results, but they have people assigned and accountable for making sure that quality is happening on a routine basis.
Okay, and you've looked at the trial testimony of Patty Converse, right?
Yes.
And she was purportedly the quality assurance, or excuse me, quality control director for 27 months, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you think she had the experience to be a quality assurance person?
From my understanding, she'd had no experience in quality assurance or food safety and was simply elevated from being a receptionist, where she applied based on a Craigslist advertisement, to being in charge of quality, which is it's not acceptable in my professional opinion.
Have you ever seen someone promoted from being a receptionist for 6 weeks to being the quality assurance director when they have no quality assurance background?
I've never seen that before. This is something we're trained for, we study for, there are qualifications for, there are certifications for, and those things are expected for people who are put in charge of quality.
Okay, the next purported quality assurance director was Mr. Desitel, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you've looked at his trial testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think they should have told Mr. Desitel that he was the quality control director if they were holding him out as the quality control director?
Yes, I understand he was coming on in operations, his role was in operations and production, and they just imposed the title on him with no training whatsoever. And again, that's against the rules. I mean, again, you're as a manager, as management of the organization, you're compelled to provide people training and resources in order to do the job you ask them to do. And in this case, Mr. Desitel was elevated, if you will, to director of quality, hardly to his knowing, but once he understood that, he had no training and denied that he was responsible for food safety and quality because he had no training. He pushed it away, as I understand.
Let's skip your second opinion and go straight to employee training, the third one.
Sure.
Okay? You found deficiencies in the employee training at Real Water?
Yes.
Okay, let's try to get a basis for comparison. What type of training do places like Campbell's and Heinz give their employees with regards to food safety?
Well, again, I go back to this ISO 9000 as well as other audit standards. one of the first things you're asked about is management's commitment to quality. And one of the evidence of management commitment is training. They provide the resources and the training. You never ask a person to do a job for which they are not properly prepared. And so, in this case, we have Campbell Soup, Heinz, everyone, we're all training people. If you give a person a new assignment, you provide them training, documented training. You document the records of their training. They are appropriate training activities. When I started ISO 9000 at Campbell Soup Company, I knew about ISO 9000, but I didn't understand how to make it work. I went to a 5-day training course in England, actually, because again, this was not part of what the food industry in the US was doing at the time. But I was allowed to go to a 5-day course that started at 7 in the morning and went to 11:30 at night every day, and we did coursework as well as role play. It was a very significant training program, and I learned. But this is the type of intense training a person needs in order to apply these important principles for food safety and quality.
And Real Water didn't do that.
No, Real Water did ad hoc training. Mr. Desautels called it off the cuff. Lane Jones testified that it was ad hoc by word of mouth. That's not how we train people in food safety and quality.
Okay. And then your fourth opinion, you said they had deficiencies in the standard operating procedures, specifically with regards to the concentrate, correct?
Yes, specifically with regards to the concentrate, and I've seen other standard operating procedures. The standard operating procedures are designed because we have an architecture of quality. We have policy, we have procedures overall, we have standard operating procedures for how you do things, and then there are work instructions for how you run pieces of equipment and take tests and take measurements and things like that. And that's the architecture. So the standard operating procedures are created to ingrain how you do something for the long term. You use them for training documents. You use them for recertification, for refresher training. They're very important working documents. They're live and they're document controlled so that when you have to revise it, then there's a revision number, there's an archival number, and you have that legacy of how you've maintained that standard operating procedure over time. What I saw in Real Water, notwithstanding the concentrate, is more or less documents that I understand were not being used. I find them not to be complete. With respect to the concentrate, they didn't exist because the concentrate was a secret. Its existence of where it was manufactured was known to the employees, but they didn't share that with auditors. They didn't share that with the federal government. They didn't put it in their food safety plans that were authorized by the South Nevada Health District. They kept it a secret. But so they didn't have standard operating procedures. Only one person was making concentrate, and he had no standard operating procedures whatsoever.
Okay, you mentioned a food safety plan. What is that?
Food safety plan is actually not my words. It's a regulatory requirement for Real Water. It comes from the Food Safety Modernization Act regulations, which are based on HACCP, and it's designed for preventive controls. They are 21 CFR Part 117, and it describes what you have to have in order to have a food manufacturing facility in the United States. It's regulated by FDA. It starts with having a food safety plan, which starts with a hazard analysis, a comprehensive hazard analysis. The food safety plan is prescribed, its elements are prescribed in regulation, and it is required. And Real Water had a food safety plan for the rest of their organization, but they didn't have a food safety plan that included the concentrate. So again, the most chemically complex and dangerous part of their production had no food safety plan whatsoever.
Okay, you've looked at the FDA inspection facility report, correct?
Yes.
And the FDA went out to the Real Water Henderson plant, I think it was, in March 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and what did they say? In fact, can I have that up there, Sinead, please? What did they say about whether or not Real Water had a food safety plan?
Well, they said that they didn't have one. You did not have a written food safety plan. And this is, again, March 2021. It is after a lot of issues have evolved at Real Water, but here the Food and Drug Administration marches in with the South Nevada Health District officials as well and reviews the program at Real Water according to the FSMA, or the food safety regulations.
Okay,
And
we'll get back to this.
Okay.
And the sixth thing you said in your opinion was that they had deficient customer complaint process?
Yes.
And can you explain that more?
Well, the customer complaint process, as I said earlier, is really important because it gives us feedback. And again, as manufacturers, we can't consume every one of the products because that's destructive. So we rely on our customers to give us information. Because they know what happens to the product when it's out in the field and they purchase it and they want to consume it. So when they give us complaints, we have to review them. There is a tool within every quality organization that I've been a part of. And I've overseen quality consumer complaints as part of quality programs for my employers. And it's a very important tool. And some complaints do go forward without response other than to acknowledge them to the person who submitted them. But when you see a pattern, and that's what you're looking for, a pattern, 2 or more complaints that have a similar nature is a red flag. And red flag then makes certain sequence of events happen, an investigation, what we call a root cause analysis, so that we can fix the problem. They're identifying a problem, and when 2 or more people identify a problem, it's probably there. So let's go find out what's happening and do something to explore it. And then also feed that back to the customer about what's going on.
Okay, and you mentioned an inspection entity known as NSF.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what NSF is?
NSF is an organization based in Michigan. It's called the National Sanitation Foundation. And they have been around for many, many years. I've worked with NSF for a long time. But they are basically a third-party audit facility. Interesting also, they have a lot of standards, and they've been the legacy organization for creating standards for bottled water. So they are kind of the bottled water auditors of choice, if you will. And so NSF has done a number of audits based on Real Water's customer request and has done a number of audits over the years with Real Water.
Okay, so Real Water, NSF went into the Real Water plant in 16, 17, 18, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you've looked at their inspection reports?
Yes.
Hey, why don't we take a closer look at the December 6, 2018 NSF inspection report?
Yes.
What's the exhibit number for that, Shane? 48? Okay. All right. So you've taken a look at 48, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, with regards to 48, does this have a HACCP section?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes, you may, ma'am.
Kept it up here just in case.
Thank you.
First of all, does this have a HACCP section?
Yes.
And is this it?
Yes. The NSF audit structure has 9 different elements. HACCP is one of the elements.
And what did the independent inspection agency find in late 2018 with regards to HACCP?
Okay, so let me just kind of explain the architecture. So this is section 3. There are 2 sections in advanced quality management is one of them. And there are requirements. These are the standards over here in black. The performance of the operation is in red. Those are the notes from the auditor. And then the answer, yes, no. It's not gray, it's yes, no. Does it comply with the requirement or does it not? And in this case, the answer is no, and then there's a score assigned. Most important to a quality professional is not the score, it's what they say. It's what they say right here. And so when you, as a quality professional, when you receive an audit, it's nice to look at the score, but what you really want to know is what's going on and what did they actually find. So I would read this right here. The HACCP team list is not current. That's a regulatory requirement. They have a HACCP team. It's multidisciplinary. It includes management. It includes someone who's very trained in HACCP and certified in HACCP. And it includes other people in operations, production, who marry up with the rest of the team in order to understand all the potential hazards and what actually can happen. And then also how to prevent it. So they have no HACCP team lists current. The 4 members, positions listed, or 3 of them are currently handled by the Vice President of Operations, 1 person. That's just not how we do it, because that person probably doesn't see all the potential risks that are in the operation itself. So they failed that. I received no points.
Okay, and what about the second?
As a person responsible for the HACCP program completed the formal HACCP training, the answer is no. No current staff has completed formal HACCP training. And what's interesting to me is looking at a history from 2015, 2016 and forward, every year they failed on that particular point, almost universally.
And that's because Patty Converse didn't have HACCP training.
In this case, in 2018, it was Patty Converse. In previous years, it was somebody else.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and what's the next one there?
The next one, is the scope of the hazard plan identified? Yes, okay. Is there a description of each product, including intended use and list of ingredients and materials used to produce it? It is not available for this audit. As I said before, they have to understand all the ingredients. If you're gonna do a hazard analysis, comprehensive and valid, you have to understand all the potential ingredients that are in that product and the particular risks that each one of them presents.
And the next one?
Is there an up-to-date process flow diagram that is specific to this facility? The answer is the process flow is not up-to-date and does not reflect all process steps and not include all inputs such as ingredient added. I'll just add for emphasis here, they didn't even know about the concentrate room. They didn't even know about it. So they're just saying the process flow for the rest of the operation isn't complete, isn't up-to-date. And that's where you understand how you're converting ingredients into the finished product. So if you don't have the process flow that states all your elements, then you're missing potential hazards and how they can be introduced. So the
Okay.
answer there is no.
What about 6?
Point 6, is the process flow verified by an on-site audit? Are these signed and dated by the team leader after any changes, or at least annually, which is a regulatory requirement? It's not nice to do, it's a regulatory requirement. The answer is the process flow chart was not dated, based on the document accompanying the process flow entitled HACCP PARPSI, which is Hazard Analysis Risk Prevention Control Plan. Describing the hazards on identified steps, it was observed that the last review date was September 16th of February 2017. And that this was in December, this audit was in December 6th, 2018. So it was
Okay.
over a year.
And how about the next,
Okay.
how about 7?
7, the standard is, that a hazard analysis involves biological, chemical, radiological, and physical hazards, the 4 elements that you have to address as part of a HACCP plan, is also the regulatory requirement. It may be reasonably expected to occur at each step of the manufacturing process being completed. This is a hazard analysis I talked about. Are control measures for the hazards established? Those are the critical limits or critical control points. The answer is no. The current hazard analysis study was observed, not current. Steps were missed from the hazard analysis study and were as follows. Incoming water, ingredient as a raw material, cap feeding, which is a bottle cap feeding, bottle feeding, which is just the packaging process, if you will, water tank before filling, etc. The site did not identify any critical control point in the hazard plan.
Yeah. Shane, let's go to the final score here.
The final score is over here, 6.7% out of 100. They failed, miserable, failed.
Have you ever seen a worse HACCP score by an audit?
No.
Now, there was another finding in this December 6, 2018 inspection report that was interesting, correct?
Yes.
And can you read for the jury what they found there?
Again, so this is section 4, good manufacturing practices and sanitation. The question, the standard was, is the overall operation and sanitation of facility and personnel under the supervision of a qualified individual, and the definition of a qualified individual, having a background with education, training, or experience, or a combination thereof, to provide a level of competency necessary for production of clean and safe product? And the answer is no. There was no qualified individual to provide a level of competency necessary for production of clean and safe product. Note that the QA director has resigned. This is not about the QA director resigning day before or whenever. This is about not having a system in place to ensure the production of safe water, clean and safe water. And again, I just emphasize, they didn't even know about the concentrate. They didn't know about Real Water's concentrate production. This is the rest of the plant. They don't have a person capable of manufacturing and overseeing the production of clean and safe water.
Now, after Real Water was told all this, did it make a complaint about the auditor?
Yes,
And is that unusual?
very unusual. We try to be very nice as quality professionals and not raise dust, if you will. May I?
Sure.
Thank you. Because the auditors are our judge and jury, if you will. And so we try to be very generous and accommodating as best we possibly can and meet all of their requirements and needs. Make them comfortable, if you will.
Okay,
In this case, the decision was made by by Amy Jones to complain about the auditor, state that there were language issues and there were communication issues. I don't believe that there's evidence of that, but they demanded a different auditor do the re-audit. Well, the re-audit's required, so they had to have a re-audit when they fail an audit, and they failed this audit. And so the re-audit was required, but what is unusual is to request and state that they require a different auditor to do the audit.
And did their hand-picked auditor give them a better score?
They did, although it wasn't without fault, but yes, they gave them a better score overall.
Okay, let's talk about customer complaints in a little more detail. Have you looked at some of the customer complaints for real water?
Yes,
And have you seen some that were of particular concern?
yes.
Okay, Shane, can I have the chart up, please? So we have exhibit 17, 19, 20, and 36, all of which have been admitted.
Yes, you may.
Explain to the jury what the complaints were and why you think they were problematic.
Okay, so they consistently, as I said before, when you see two or more complaints of the same nature, it's a red flag. You need to follow up. So in October of 2013, an oily red substance inside the bottle. And I don't think I want to read that, but I've read this before, so I understand the nature of that. In May of 2014, a strong chemical smell in the bottle. Same in May, on the 21st, gasoline-like substance in the bottle. And the issue is that these two complaints are actually from the same lot of production. Now, that's not a red flag, that's a red flag. That means something is wrong. And they have the same nature of complaint, chemical smell, gasoline-like substance. It follows on previous complaints of similar oily red substances. Something is wrong, and it needs follow-up. And then also, in May of 2014, there was a cloudy substance in the bottle. And that's a signal in a bottled water product for a problem. It's not supposed to be cloudy.
Okay, there's lots of other complaints. Can I have Dorn, please? And Mrs. Dorn has testified by video for the jury. She's the woman who made, I think, 3 complaints, and her grandparents got sick, and diarrhea, and the pets got sick. You've looked at this complaint?
Yes.
Okay, let's have Mr. Kessler complain. Again, Lois Kessler testified in front of the jury, I think last Friday by video, and she had another problem. Okay, you've looked at this complaint?
Yes.
And then the next one we have is Mr. Fisher, please, Shane. And again, Mr. Fisher testified in front of the jury last Friday. He was from Tampa, Florida, the pilot. You've looked at this complaint?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have Mr. Watkins' email. Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Now, let's just stop at 2018 when they get Mr. Watkins' email in May or June of 2018. What should they have done at this point in time?
Well, it's clear they should have done it long before, but they should have followed up on these complaints. I believe it was Ms. Kessler's product, that she actually returned a bottle of water to the company for testing. So she gave them a bottle of water for testing. They sent it out, they tested it for microbiology, they tested it for coliforms. And by the way, they were there. So coliforms were present in the real water. But they needed to follow up, not just with the customer and responding and giving them free water, which is what they did through the sales operation. They just gave them more free water. It's making them sick, I'm going to give you more free water. They should have followed up on what is a substance that is in here causing it to be cloudy, causing it to have a chemical smell, a gasoline appearance, oily residue, reddish residue. These are consistent complaints that over the years, from 2014 that I saw onward, and there was no follow-up investigation within the operation. All they were doing is responding to the person, maybe, not in every case, but they were responding to the person giving them more free water.
It's 12, and I think I can get the direct done in 10 minutes.
That's
Just
fine.
Okay, thank you.
We'll continue.
Can we have the next picture, slide? Shane. Thank you, name on it. Okay, what is this, doctor?
That is a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
Okay. And what is this machine used for in the food industry?
It is used to analyze organic and inorganic compounds Organic compounds are things that have carbon in them. Inorganic compounds are things that don't have carbon. Organic compounds are things like pesticides, antibiotic residues, various other things, various other volatile type of compounds that are analyzed through the gas chromatic, the GC side, if you will, the gas chromatographers. And then the mass spectrometer is actually used to identify inorganic compounds that don't have carbon, like heavy metals or other types of non-carbon containing compounds.
Okay, and does this machine test on a broad-based basis for any toxin under the rainbow?
Yes, I mean, it can be designed basically to do whatever you're asking it to do, but basically it's looking for compounds. And I used to run these tests back in my day when I was trained in school. We didn't have the tandem machine. We had a gas chromatograph, liquid chromatography machine, and we had a mass spectrometer. And so they were different. They've got very clever now, and they put them together, which is very, very handy for the person running the test. But they're testing for anything. And the gas chromatograph works by preparing a sample, and then you inject it into a tube, and basically compounds, we call elute, E-L-U-T-E. They elute. And they elute at various specific times. So you're looking at a gas chromatograph, and you see peaks, and you see peaks. And we also have standards, and so you know what each one of those peaks stands for, what chemical compound that peak represents. And that's how we identify what compounds are in that particular sample and how much is there. That's the GC side of it. The mass spectrometer is doing a different technique, but again, it's measuring mass to charge ratio, and it's measuring the presence and the quantity of something that doesn't have carbon in it.
And one of the peaks is hydrazine.
Yes, and the mass spectrometer measures hydrazine because hydrazine does not contain carbon.
Okay. And was this the same type of machine that the FDA used to detect the hydrazine in the concentrate sample?
Yes, yes, they detected hydrazine in 3 samples using the mass spectrometer, yes.
Okay, first of all, do companies like McDonald's, Campbell's, Heinz, do they use this type of machine when they have a new food product?
Well, what we do with Campbell's and Heinz, yes, we tested our own food products. McDonald's and Yum have suppliers, and we require suppliers to be testing their food products to look for pesticides, heavy metals, other things, and particularly when you're developing a new product, you want to know if there's something inadvertent in that product that you don't know about. So yes, you'd be using a GC MS machine in order to identify anything that you might wonder about. Also, in pursuing customer complaints, for Campbell's, for example, we had a problem with a soup product that people were complaining about had the smell of smelly socks. And we didn't know what that was, but we found what it was by using the GC machine in order to identify that particular compound.
Okay, and do you have an opinion as to whether or not Real Water should have tested its product with this GCMS machine?
Yes, particularly given the type of chemical conversion they were doing, the electrolysis process, part of the preparation to concentrate. It's a very complex chemical process. They should have really been looking for what I might be manufacturing in addition to alkaline water.
And when you say complex, are you talking about them putting the battery cables for 8 hours on the
Titanium tube.
Right.
Right. And there's many, many things they have to have as part of that whole process. Preventive maintenance, number one, to make sure those titanium tubes are replaced when they should be. But the problem is they didn't understand what they were doing, and they really should have been testing at minimum. Well, they should have understood what they were doing. But also, in addition to that, they should have tested to find out what, in addition to alkaline water, they were creating.
At the very outset, before they sold it to people, they should have tested it.
Absolutely. When they started this whole process, with the invention coming from Dr. Mallory.
And Mr. Marlowe.
Marlowe, I'm sorry.
I don't think he's a doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Marlowe, yes.
All right. Now, have you looked at Mr. Marlowe's testimony about what he thinks should have been done with regards to testing?
Yes.
And Shane, can I have that, please?
Yes, before we move on, though, I think our lovely clerk over here wants to know what exhibit this is.
Yes, please.
The picture?
779.
This is the new 779, and I have a hard copy for you.
Yeah, Your Honor, move to admit for the record.
Shall be admitted.
Tori, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Shane, could I have Mr.
And do you know any testing that was done, screening testing, non-tolerant testing, any testing by anyone other than when we talked about the bacteria in the metals? Not that I recall, no. And you're aware that at one point the hydrazine was found by the FDA to be in real water? I'm aware, yes. Okay. And prior to that time, did you even know what hydrazine was? No. Okay. Did you do at any time any non-target testing to find something like hydrazine? No. Okay. And we talked about the FDA finding hydrazine in the water. Yes. That's something real water should have known about one way or the other before they sold the product. You agree? Well, knowing what we know now, yes.
And do you agree with Mr. Marlowe that real water should have done testing and knowing what they were selling before they sold it?
Yes.
All right, let's, Shane, can we summarize the key testing facts? Just make sure we got them all. And my next slide, please. Okay, so the GCMS, just like the FDA did, would have found the hydrazine, right?
Correct.
And $200 to $1,000 for this test, okay?
Yes.
Okay. And they didn't do it at any time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next. And we just saw Mr. Marlowe's testimony, right?
Yes.
And then we've already talked about the October 21 test that the FDA did, which, by the way, is in the jury notebook as item number 2. That test found 3 different concentrate samples all had hydrogen.
Yes.
All right. Now, go ahead. You see. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Do companies do recalls on occasion?
Yes.
Why?
Because there is a problem with the product that it may cause serious injury or death to a consumer, or be deleterious and cause a health issue with the consumer.
Okay, based on the information that Real Water had in October of 2021, or the first week or 2 of November 2021, do you have an opinion as to whether or not they should have done a recall?
They knew that there was an issue. They knew that people were getting sick, including Blaine Jones himself, as well as employees and people who were drinking the water that he knew. And he knew that profoundly because, as I said, he became sick. They were not doing a root cause investigation. They were not doing an investigation. They did not recall the product until March of 2021.
Okay, and you've looked at the answer they gave to the FDA about their complaints as of October 15th?
Yes.
Shane, can I have that up, please? Yeah, if we don't have it, let's just skip to try to get done. If you have it, fine, you don't, no? No. Okay, let's just skip to, so some of these plaintiffs after the October or the, oh, here it is, okay.
33 for the record.
What number, Shane? What number?
33.
Okay, and this is an answer, a written answer that Real Water gave to the FDA about what was going on in the October time period.
Yes.
You've reviewed this before?
Yes.
Okay, when a manufacturer gets 25 to 30 calls, 12 to 15 cancellations, and Blaine Jones, the vice president himself, gets acute liver failure, what should that company do with regards to a recall?
They should have recalled the product. They knew there was an issue. It was a serious issue. It was causing serious health issues. They were aware of that, and they did not. They made a decision not to recall the product.
Okay. And a number of the plaintiffs were hospitalized after this date, correct?
Yes.
Shane? And again, that's why you do a recall, so people don't get sick.
That is exactly the idea, that there's an adulterated product in the marketplace. It needs to be withdrawn and recalled, yes.
Okay, last area. We talked about the FDA plant inspection. Did you take a look at the findings? And again, Shane, I'd like the 5 points on 137 and 138.
Yes.
Okay, and we talked about the food safety plan. I think we talked about the hazard analysis. What about points 3, 4, 5?
Yes, you may.
Sorry, I don't have these as admitted.
Inspection facility report?
There's a 3.
This is pre-minute.
Okay, I thought you said 137 and 138.
This is one, or three.
And I think it's important also, I'm sorry.
We straight here? 3? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
The FDA found out about the concentrate room. Okay, so that when they had their March inspection, they also were aware of the concentrate room, which was not in any of the food safety plan or hazard analysis that was previously reviewed by the NSF auditors. But they said that you did not validate the process controls are adequate to control the hazard. Again, this is a regulatory requirement. It's not nice to do, it is a must do. You did not have process control monitoring records. They didn't have process controls adequate to control the hazard, but they also have to monitor those process controls as critical limits, if you will, or those process controls overall, notwithstanding critical limits, and they didn't monitor them. They didn't keep records. 5th point, you did not maintain records of the plant routine's physical inspection of equipment used for treatment of chronic water, including those titanium tubes, if you will, including the type and date of physical inspections of the equipment, conditions found, and performance and effectiveness of the equipment. They simply didn't know what they were doing in the system. It was a system, a food manufacturing process out of control.
Okay, let's skip over to the last slide. Shane, stay up there, Doc. Okay, so these are the 5 things that we showed the jury in opening statement that we thought Real Water did wrong. So 1, I think we talked about, they didn't do the GCMS test, right?
Right, and if I can just add to this too, the non-targeted screening means you don't know what you're looking for. That's what the GC mass spec is for. They did targeted screening that was for compliance with bottled water requirements in 21 CFR 165. There were requirements for pathogens, heavy metals, and also pesticide monitoring. And those were required, and those were done, but those are targeted testing, targeted screening. We're talking about non-targeted here, where you don't know what you're looking for, you're looking to find something that could be a problem. That's what they didn't do.
So what they did is the bacterial test and the heavy metals test looking for specific things,
Yes,
but they didn't do the wide range GCMS test.
correct.
Okay.
Looking for things that they didn't know already. Okay.
Okay, and I think we've talked about the quality assurance and the customer complaints. Let's go to Form 5. And then they waited for the recall even though they had the the former vice president asking for recall. And then I think we just went through 5 defects.
Right, exactly.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hutt. Your Honor.
Can we approach it quick? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you think it's time for lunch? Yeah, I see a couple nodding of the heads. Anyway, remember, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media. And last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. And we'll break to 1:30.
1:30. All rise to the court to adjourn.
Yes.
May I go, please?
Yes, we're gonna take care of that, we've talked about that.
Oh, right, is that for lunch, Ron?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
Thank you, Ron.
So do we need more information from them first?
Yeah, we'll bring them in right before we get started. and find out. All right, everyone enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. presiding. Please be seated. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and set forth our appearances for the record.
Mayor, Will Kemp, Teddy Parker, Eric Pepperman, and Brianna Slitzler for plaintiffs.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Ledoux, Matthew Kaufman, Eric Freeman on behalf of the Rural Water Defendants.
All right, I guess we have a couple of things we have to address outside of presence, right?
Yes, Your Honor, do it now or later, whatever the court's preference.
What's, I think the dental surgeon juror is kind of concerned.
The dental?
Yes.
Dental juror? Okay.
Well, you know, I forget, what is his name?
Mr. Garcia.
Garcia.
Mr. Garcia. We might as well find out what his concerns are.
Okay.
Have we made any agreement as far as the other one's concerned, Ms. Moret?
I think so, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have an agreement. We just wanna get some more information, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We'll have that come in next.
Also, we're pulling the paperwork from the last time we did this, just so we see how we did it last time. Not that it was the right way, but it was a way.
I understand.
Yeah.
Because I wondered about that too. How do you do that from a transactional perspective?
We have a way we did it.
Yeah. Deposit it with the clerk's office and they,
I can't remember exactly how we did it, Your Honor.
we're ready?
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yep. Chris? All rise. Let me take a moment here, Chris. Please be seated.
Yeah, Chris, we just wanted to do just a follow-up because we haven't forgotten about you and your dental issue. And we want to make sure we understand specifically what your needs are.
Okay, so basically.
And we don't have to go into your personal, but I mean as far as from a, you have to go to the dentist.
Yeah.
And when and how long do you think that will impact your ability to serve?
So I don't know how. It may affect my ability to talk a bit, just because I think I gotta get it stitched or something like that inside. It's called a gum graft surgery for one of my tooth or like my gum. So I don't know how much it's gonna affect my ability to open my mouth and stuff like that.
What day are we talking about again?
It's next Thursday, the 24th, I believe, at 10 a.m. And if I get it rescheduled, they told me I had to pay like $200 or $250 to reschedule it. And I've been waiting since I made the appointment in April. So this was way before all of this was taking place.
We're not going to ask you to do that, sir.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make sure we had clarity on the record as far as what your needs were.
Oh, okay.
So you say at 10 o'clock you have the procedure?
Yeah.
And in all probability, you think you'll be done for the day?
Yeah.
Do we want to do any follow-up questions?
Mr. Garcia, is it your understanding you're gonna be sedated and out of it for the rest of the day?
From my understanding, I believe so.
Okay, Joel Ledoux, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right.
All rise. Jury's clear. Please be seated.
And as far as Ms. Moret's concerned, what questions do we ask her?
I think the only question is, can she give you a figure?
Okay.
Should be request time, and would her payment need be at the end of the month, like most people?
All right. Okay.
And of course, the amount.
The amount per day.
Yeah.
I understand. And the reason why I asked that, I mean, we've never done that before. So a little guidance as to how we've done that in the
All right,
past.
Mr. Kemp
I've done it.
has, so he's got one up on all of us.
Yes. But it makes sense.
So that's fine, Your Honor. We can address that later and.
But we're gonna have her come in
Oh,
so
she's
we
gonna
can
come in.
find, yeah,
Okay.
have her come in, Ms.
Yes,
Morel.
sir.
So we can figure out what her loss would be.
Okay.
She might not know today either.
Yes.
seated, thank you.
Hello, ma'am. How you
Hello,
doing?
juror
And,
number 3, Shatani Morat.
And you know what to do.
Yes.
Anyway, it's come to our attention that you had an opportunity to talk to the marshal. And at first you were under the impression that they would pay for jury duty the entire term of your
Correct.
serving, right?
Correct.
And now they're down to just 3 days.
24 hours.
What do you mean 24 hours?
So since jury duty started, they only covered 24 hours of my days that I've been in jury duty for work.
Okay, and how does that calculate out?
So how I realized it was I got my check stub yesterday and I looked at everything and I was like, it didn't make sense. So I called the job and she says that I guess their system, they only cover 24 hours a year. And then I even let them know, like Nevada law says, I don't have to use my PTO because they're trying to require me to use my PTO, and it doesn't make any sense to me why I should have to.
So this is what we need to know. And what would your loss be per day if you, when you serve on the jury and you're not getting paid? How much money?
I get paid $2.24, I want to say, a day. I work 12-hour shifts.
Okay,
So just 3 days a week and 4 days off.
all right.
I get paid $24.65 an hour with the $150 difference because I work night shift.
Okay. Can you make sure you slow down and say that for us again? Because we want to make sure we understand what your loss would be.
Okay,
Because I can't promise you this, but sometimes we can request additional.
okay.
Because you've been serving and you've been attentive, and I know you
Right.
want to make sure you can fulfill your duty, right?
Yes, it was, I cried yesterday, but yes. So you guys, I didn't calculate it, but if you pay me $65 a day, I know it's like $224.60 I get paid daily, if I'm not
But
mistaken.
we don't want you to lose any money.
Okay,
Right, counsel? Yeah. This is what we'll do. We want to put you at ease. Can you do this for us? Can you, you don't have to do it today, but can you go home and can you calculate what the loss would be for us?
Yes.
Total if you serve through which day, guys?
I would say Thursday, Your Honor.
Thursday of next week.
okay. And then I also have my employer write in a letter to say the miscommunication we had, just so you guys know it was a
Ma'am,
miscommunication.
I don't need that.
Okay,
I believe you.
okay.
Right? We don't need that. And so, do me a favor, because I'll do what I can, and let us know what the total loss would be for the entire duration of the trial through Thursday of next week.
Okay.
Counting that, okay? Can you do that for me?
Yes, sir.
Does that make you feel better?
It
You can
does.
do
You should have seen my eyes yesterday.
that?
Yes, thank you.
I'm very sensitive to that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, but so you're gonna do that for us, and so tomorrow when we come back, you can tell us exactly what.
Exactly everything.
Is that fine, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach this real quick?
Yes, you may. And ma'am, we'll keep that confidential. You understand?
Thank you.
Do that for me.
All rise for torture adjourned.
All right.
Jury's clear, please be seated.
All right. So I guess from this point on, we can just bring him back in and get started? Is that correct?
Yes, the first juror, the guy with the gun surgery,
Yes.
he may have to go, but I wouldn't make that decision until Monday, because then we'll have a better idea of where we're heading, number
Okay.
one. And number two, it's possible that something else happens in the interim that would affect that decision, so.
I understand, I do.
Okay, thank you.
We won't do anything until then. I get it. Okay, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Answer tell. But I bet a lot of it's good.
You know I can't still though.
block the sound well if I put my computer here. If I place my laptop here, it won't affect your sound or anything.
I don't think so, as long as you don't, no.
As long as you don't cover it.
Yeah, I'll cover it. This isn't a sound, is it?
Just for the elbow, the sound is on the
Okay.
podium.
You
So
can
if I
put it
put this
on.
down there, it's okay?
Yeah, that's for the Elmo, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's the,
Thanks.
just be
I
careful.
just couldn't see between the.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Thank you.
all right, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say good afternoon, and I hope you enjoyed lunch. And it's my understanding we're going to continue with the examination of the witness, and it's time for cross-examination. Is that correct, Ms. Gildo?
Yes, Your Honor, ready to proceed.
All right, ma'am, you can come back up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you do understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Dr. Adams, good afternoon, Joel Ledoux for Real Water, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I want to get your name right. I always try to get your name right. Do you prefer Adams Hud or Dr. Hud? What do you prefer? Because everybody messes up my name. I don't think they mess up the judge's name. They get that right, but they don't get mine right.
Let's keep it simple, Dr. Hutt is fine.
Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that. I want to ask you some background questions first, then we're going to jump into your opinions. And I'll have to keep an eye on my computer, it goes to sleep. So, a couple things. You talked to Mr. Kemp about what you did to prepare to render opinions in this matter. You reviewed several items, and I want to go through those items with you. You reviewed the documents that were available from NSF, is that correct?
Yes, several audit reports.
Okay, and you looked at all the audits, correct?
I looked at all the audits I was provided, which I believe began in 2015 and ended with the re-audit in 2019.
Thank you. And you looked at some customer complaints, correct?
Yes,
And you looked at testimony of some individuals like Mr. Desto, correct?
yes,
Mr. Marlowe,
I did,
Patty Converse,
yes,
Blaine Jones,
yes,
okay. And you looked at those things as part of coming to your ultimate conclusions in this case, is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And by way of background, you held a job at Yum Brands.
I did.
When was that?
That was 1997 to 1999, I believe.
And what was your job title?
It was, as I recall, Director of Quality, I don't recall exactly what, Director of Quality Systems, I believe, or, and Restaurant, correction, Director of Food Safety, Quality, and Supplier Quality. So it was restaurant safety, quality for the restaurants, and supplier quality and food safety.
Okay, and one more time for the jury. Yum Brands, at that time, when you were there, what were the names of the places that they owned that the jury would have heard of?
Right, the restaurants, it was KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Taco Bell, and Pizza Hut.
Okay. At that time, when you were there, any idea how many employees KFC had?
No,
What about Taco Bell or Pizza Hut?
no. We talked about numbers of restaurants, but rarely talked about numbers of employees.
Okay, that's fair. Do you have an estimate as the number of restaurants?
It's been a very long time since I thought about that, but I believe the number was something like 14,000 globally, and my role was global. It wasn't limited to the US.
Okay. So fair to say 14,000 restaurants probably had more than 14,000 employees.
I believe that is correct.
Okay, I want to get it right. And then when were you at McDonald's?
McDonald's was 2004 to 2008.
Okay, I know they have the slogan, you know, more than a billion served or whatever, but any idea at the time you were there how many restaurants they had?
I used to know that number, but I forgot.
That's
I think
okay.
it's over 20,000 around the world.
That's fine. And what was your job title at that time?
It was Chief Quality Officer, and my title evolved to be Chief Quality Officer in charge of food safety, and again, ultimately nutrition policy.
Okay. You also talked about Campbell Soup.
Yes,
When were you at Campbell Soup?
I believe it was 1993 to 97.
Okay. And an estimate is fine. We're not going to cross-examine you on your resume. Don't worry about it. Broad numbers is fine. Campbell Soup, any idea the number of employees when you were there, number of facilities, whatever metric they used to measure the size of the company?
We had over 100 plants globally, we call them factories, but 100 plants globally, and I think about 33 in the United States.
Okay, thank you so much. And then Heinz Ketchup? When were you at Heinz?
I was at Heinz between 1999 to 2003.
Okay, and how many plants globally did Heinz have at that time?
I don't recall specifically, but I would say the number is probably close to 100.
Okay. And lots of employees?
I would say there are numbers of employees. I don't have a number for you.
In the thousands, if not tens of thousands possibly?
There were probably 200 to, depending on the size and scope of the plant, but there were probably between 150 and 500 employees per factory.
Okay. And you talked about training at, I think it was Heinz, but my hearing is terrible, so maybe I missed it. ISO 9000?
Yes.
That was at Heinz?
No, that was at Campbell Soup.
Okay. And the ISO 9000 was what, is it a course or, it sounds like a computer program, but is it a course?
No, it's a standard. ISO 9000 is a standard. You sometimes see it on trucks, at least you used to,
Okay.
because it's a quality standard that is common in the manufacturing world. And again, as I said, at the time, it was not really invasive into the United States in terms of food manufacturing. Globally, they were using ISO 9000 as a food standard for quality, but it was new to the United States at that time.
Okay, and this is a 5-day training course?
It was training specifically as a lead assessor, which meant I could go into a facility and be the lead auditor for ISO 9000, and actually 9000 is a general term. There's 9001, 9002, 9004. 9001 is the most comprehensive, including research and development, as well as manufacturing and marketing, and 9002 is manufacturing, and 9004 is more select.
Okay, so this was your training that lasted 5 days?
Yes.
And so like the individual employees, like the, we'll use, well, this was at Campbell's, right?
It was at Campbell's, yes.
Okay, so the individual employees filling the soup cans, they didn't go through that training. That was the training supervisors, or who was the training for?
It was for what's called an ISO 9000 lead assessor, which is a very specific term, but it means I was trained to understand the standard from beginning to end, if you will, and all of its applications.
Gotcha. Okay, so if I was working for Campbell Soup and I'm on the line and I'm filling soup cans, for example, that's not the training I get, correct?
No, the training that they get is specific to their job. And if their job includes food safety, it would include food safety certification training,
Right.
but that would be different because they were not specifically trained for ISO 9000 quality management standard, unless they were in quality. In which case, if they worked in quality, yes, they had specific training classes, some of which they went to that were 2 to 3 days, and some, depending on the level of the individual and the role, was internal as well.
Okay, but in 1993 to 1997, I suspect the training probably was on a VHS tape or probably not on a computer. Do you know what training an individual line worker would have got in 1997?
I can't speak specifically to a line worker. Again, that would not be for ISO 9000. That would be for their specific job or any food safety certifications that they required for that job. In those days, most of those classes were actually physical in classroom
Okay. And
activities.
And do you know how many classroom hours somebody, you know, working an entry-level job at Campbell Soup would get?
It depends, again, on the job the person had, on their experience, what they were being asked to do. Again, as I said, no one is asked to do a job for which they're not properly trained, and the proper training is relative to the job and the experience of that person.
Okay, so my example is, you know, I'm Joel to do that. I get hired by Campbell's, I'm excited, it's my first day. They're gonna put me in training so I can fill cans of soup. What training am I gonna get in 1997?
You're going to get training about your particular role, which is going to include work instructions. A lot of the training is done from the work instructions, and the work instructions are part of the ISO 9000 program, but they're written, detailed procedures of how a person is to set up a piece of equipment, run it, and shut it down, preventive maintenance that's required, whatever else is tied to that piece of equipment, but they're trained on their job. But it's through documented, written procedures. These are not standard operating procedures. This is, as I mentioned earlier, they're a level below. We have a standard operating procedure, which is general, but a work instruction is specific to a person doing a job. And that's what we trained on, and that's why those documented procedures are so important.
Okay, I didn't ask about any of those. I asked about the guy filling the cans of soup on the line, right? He gets training, presumably some of that's gonna be on the job training too, isn't it?
Well, there's a lot of classroom training because it's documented also.
Not what I asked though. I asked about the guy filling the cans of soup on the line. Does he get on the job training?
As I'm trying to answer your question, he gets on the job training in conjunction with classroom training, and all of that is documented. But he has to have personal hygiene training, he has to have employee safety training, OSHA training, Occupational Safety and Hazard Administration. He has to have lots of different training. He has to be trained on how he's going to be paid, et cetera. And then he also gets trained on the work instructions for the job, and some of that is classroom, and some of that was actually on the floor as he's doing the job, he or she.
Dr. Ed, I appreciate you trying to be helpful, and you're trying to elaborate. I totally appreciate that. The answer to my question earlier is just yes. It's not a huge point. I didn't intend to cross-examine you on how to make Campbell soup, but I appreciate that. Why don't we just try to stick to the subject at hand, okay? So, yes, people at Campbell Soup were given on-the-job training. That was part of their training, correct?
That was part of their training. I'm just trying to be clear and
I know
concise.
you are. You're trying to be helpful, and I appreciate that. We're under, not a time limit, but we're trying to move things along. All right, I want to ask you about something that you talked to Mr. Kemp about really briefly before we go into things. Mr. Sanchez, can you put up stipulated exhibit? I knew I was going to do this. 2257. All right, Dr. Hunt, this is one of the many tests of the water that was performed by Real Water. This one is directed to Brent Gonthier, and it's from August of 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Silver State Labs was testing the water that Real Water was making. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand the water, you've reviewed Blaine Jones' testimony. The water was tested periodically. It was tested weekly, quarterly, monthly, semi-annually, and then annually. And I think they had a big test every 4 years. You understand that, right?
I do, and I understand that was in compliance with regulations, yes.
And so the bottled water industry requires specific testing, and the Silver State Analyticals is part of that. Is that correct?
21 CFR, Part 165 requires specific testing, and yes, these samples were taken at the prescribed times in order to comply with those requirements.
Now, see, that time I appreciate you elaborating because you just knocked out about 6 questions. Thank you so much. All right, so if we skip ahead, Mr. Sanchez, could you go to the third page of the PDF, sort of the bottom of the page? It kind of tells us what, there we go. So these are the types of things that Real Water was being tested for, things like arsenic, chromium, copper, manganese, nickel, all that. So I don't know if these are all heavy metals, but metals and contaminants, right?
These are as prescribed in 21 CFR Part 165. Yes, these are all prescribed along with the method that is required to be used.
Okay, and what is CFR for the jury?
I'm
You and I
sorry.
probably get it, but.
Code of Federal Regulations. Each federal regulatory agency has a code. The Food and Drug Administration's code is 21. USDA's code was 9. So it's like 21's Code of Federal Regulations, and then the part of the regulation that pertains to what we're talking about here, Part 165, is the bottled water regulations, part of the bottled water regulations. But this part describes the testing that must be done weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually for the targeted contaminants that the EPA and FDA want to know about. This is not the non-targeted testing, this is the targeted testing.
Thank you so much. And so when you're talking the difference between targeted testing and non-targeted testing, what you're talking about is this type of test is not going to pick up hydrazine.
That's correct.
Okay.
I wouldn't expect it to.
Right, it's just not something they were testing for as part of these federal regulations, right?
Correct.
And then if we look at, let me see if I can, I'm going to have to switch glasses. If we go to page 4 of the PDF, there's some text, and in the middle of the page, there's an explanation. This method was designed to determine EPA drinking water compliance. Mr. Sanchez, can you highlight that for us?
We could.
Thank you, counsel, thank you.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you. You can take that down, Mr. Sanchez. We're going to move on to the next one, which is stipulated exhibit 2034. You put that on the screen for us?
That's what not be said.
2034?
Yeah, 2034. Oops, that's not it. I must have written the number down. Take that down, please.
And you saying 2304?
You know, don't get old. That's my advice there. No, don't have dyslexia. 2304. I'm sorry. There we go. Thank you. Okay. This is another test that was done in July of 2019. Do you see that, Dr. Hutt?
Yes, I do.
And you see Mike Bush, his name there?
Yes,
And you reviewed his testimony?
yes.
Okay, and this is more non-targeted testing, to use your words. Is that correct? And I could show it to you. I was just trying to save time.
No, this is targeted testing.
Okay, this is what is this targeting?
Well, I don't see
Can you
the,
scroll down, Mr. Sanchez?
but this is similar to what I saw previously, which listed the heavy metals,
Yeah, that's right.
and all that is
Sanchez,
targeted
you show us-
testing.
So this is just the receipt for the testing showing the water had gone out, and then if you show her page 2, we'll see what was tested there.
Right, these are the things that are required to be tested by FDA as part of the bottled water regulations, includes microbiology, in this case showing coliforms, and E. coli, Escherichia coli, which were absent in this particular result.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hutt. We'll go quickly through these, and I'm just going to double check that my dyslexia is not messing me up. Mr. Sanchez, can you pull up 2072? And again, this is something along the same lines. This is from 2019. It's addressed to Blaine Jones.
Yes,
Okay, and this is more water testing that Real Water is doing, right?
right, there's a number of these reports because of the periodic requirement, or the requirement for periodic testing. And so this is a letter of transmission, which would be repeated multiple times as they submitted testing for targeted testing for pesticides, microbiology, heavy metals, as prescribed by the bottled water regulations, yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, we get it. There's more of the same, but I'm going to skip ahead. Let's talk about, Mr. Sanchez, could you pull up plaintiff's exhibit Actually, let's pull up the plaintiff's exhibit, which is the plaintiffs have their numbers and we have ours, and they're sometimes the same document. Let's pull up the HACCP, the NSF audit, which I don't have the exhibit number. So do you have the exhibit number for the NSF audit you showed the jury?
48,
Look, it'll take me a second.
48.
48, can we pull up plaintiff's 48, please? All right. There we go. All right, Dr. Hatt, you testified about Exhibit 48 a little bit in detail. I want to go through this a little bit slowly. So this was an NSF audit of the real water plant at Desert Inn, correct?
Yes,
And this was in December of 2018, correct?
correct.
And this was, I think you had testified that Patty Converse was the, I'm sorry, what was her job title? You had said Patty Converse was the Director of Quality Control or something like that?
Not at this point, as I understood.
Right, when did Patty Converse leave Rural Water?
I believe 2017.
Okay, so if you testified in direct that Patty Converse was there in 2018, you just misspoke?
I don't recall testifying to that.
Okay, well, I can clarify the record. So in 2018, this was after Patty Converse left, correct?
The audit contact is Blaine Jones. And
That's correct.
I don't know if she was there at this point, but I don't believe she was, because the audit contact would have been the person with the title Director of Quality, if there was that person.
Well, the audit contact is not the person who has the HACCP training, because Blaine Jones didn't have the HACCP training in 2018, correct?
I didn't state that he had the HACCP training. I said it would be, the audit contact would be the Director of Quality.
Okay. And so you don't know who the person was that had the HACCP training in December of 2018, is that fair?
As I understand, no one had HACCP training in
No,
2018.
the person left, right? You testified there was a person who had left who had HACCP training, and then the auditors showed up on that day, and there was nobody present who had HACCP training, correct?
The auditor's comment that the Quality Assurance Director had resigned was not linked to whether or not they had HACCP training.
So you don't know if that person had HACCP training or not, do you?
I don't believe Patty Converse ever had HACCP training, but I could be
Patty Converse did
incorrect.
not ever have HACCP training. If that person was not Patty Converse, you don't know who it is, do you?
The audit reports consistently showed that no one in the plant at the time of the inspection had HACCP training,
Not my
including
question.
Mr. Jones in this.
I'm
report.
asking you, in 2018, what was the person that had the HACCP training, if you know?
I understand that no one was trained in HACCP in 2018.
Okay, are you sure of that?
I'm certain in my own mind, yes.
Okay, great. Let's scroll down and let's look at the specific results. So the audit was conducted, Blaine Jones was there, Mike Bush was there, you see that?
Yes.
Mike Bush was new to the company, correct?
I don't recall when he joined, but I do recollect his deposition, not the date that he joined.
Okay, let's,
New since 4 weeks is what it says.
okay. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything. All right, it's easier for me to look at this screen and I'll speak loud to make sure the microphone picks me up. All right, so the HACCP auditors, they arrive unannounced, correct?
The HACCP auditors?
Yeah, the NSF auditors, they arrive with very short notice, right?
No, not necessarily. It depends on the arrangement between the auditor and the auditee.
Okay, what
Sometimes
was
they're
the-
announced because the company, Real Water, would be paying them. These are often announced and they know that they're coming at a certain time. Sometimes they're unannounced also, I don't know. It's specific to the relationship between them.
All right, let's go to section 1, visit and company information. How many employees did Real Water have at the time of this audit?
I have no knowledge.
Okay, it says number of employees 28. Do you see that? Section, now I gotta go jumping back and forth between classes.
Right. That wasn't shown on the previous page, so yes, it does say number of employees, 28.
Okay, so Real Water had 28 employees. Has their hours of operation, you see that?
Yes,
You see the items being manufactured at the facility?
yes.
Okay. And then,
Well, I see that, but it doesn't list everything being manufactured there. Well,
okay, well,
it doesn't list the concentrate.
okay, either way. So let's go down, we were talking about the HACCP score. So that is in section 3 under HACCP. One more. There we go. All right. So these were the items that you were critical of Real Water failing, correct?
Well, no, there are other items in this audit that show failure
Fair
of
enough.
compliance with regulations, failure of compliance with best practices, good manufacturing practices. Multiple failures are evident in this audit.
But these were the
Including
ones that
HACCP.
you were critical about the HACCP training,
They're
right?
the ones that Mr. Kemp asked me about.
Okay, you're critical that they failed these items, correct?
Yes,
Okay, we're on the same page. And one of the items was that at that time Blaine Jones was handling the HACCP and he was not HACCP trained, correct?
that is correct. He was not HACCP trained.
Okay. And so they had failed these items, and part of that would be that Real Water had to have a re-audit, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you reviewed that re-audit, correct?
yes.
Okay, if we go to, sticking with this document, section 4, on page 5 of the PDF, we see, move it down a little more. Under item 5, there was no qualified individual to provide a level of competency necessary for production and safe product. Note the QA director has resigned. And you were aware that the QA director resigned that morning, weren't you?
I don't recall that the person resigned that morning, but they were without a quality assurance director. But as it indicated, the HACCP team had 4 members, and 3 of them were being filled by Blaine Jones. Then they needed a HACCP team with more members than that. If the quality director was a 4th person on the team who was missing, the HACCP team was still deficient in terms of competency. And the auditor, again, auditors do not write these things lightly. I've never seen any comment like this in any audit through my 40 years of experience.
I don't know,
This is
that was a
profound.
question I asked you. I think we're off on a tangent again. It said, note the quality QA director has resigned, and I asked you if you were aware that that person resigned that morning.
I don't recall that morning.
Okay, we can, Mr. Kemp will be happy to ask you more questions if there's more that you want to elaborate on. Let's go to stipulated exhibit 2053, please. It's in the defense exhibits. There we go. Mr. Sanchez, could you blow up the top so we can see the date of this? All right, so this is the re-audit in response to the failed audit, correct?
Yes,
And you've seen this document before, correct?
yes,
And at this time, in February of 2019, Tom Pham is listed as a contact, correct?
yes,
And you've reviewed his testimony, correct?
yes,
And Blaine Jones is listed again as the audit contact. You see that?
yes,
And now if we look at visit and company information, at the bottom of that page, we see that Blaine Jones was there. You see that?
yes. He's the only
And then-
person listed.
And then if we scroll to the next page, visit and company information, the facility started at that location in 2007. Do you see that?
Yes,
You see the number of employees was 30 at that time?
yes.
Okay. And then if we scroll down a little further, hang on, Mr. Sanchez will tell you exactly where. And while I'm scrolling to find the point that I want to talk to you about, Mr. Sanchez, we're going to go to section 3, HACCP. It's on page 3 of the PDF. Before I ask you about that, you had said in response to Mr. Kemp's questioning that the scoring, the numbers, the yes, no, that's not the most important part. The most important part is the comments. You agree with that?
Yes.
And so if we look at number 1, we see there's a HACCP team. There's been a team meeting. We see underneath that, HACCP training was completed by Blaine Jones on February 15, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes. You're reading partial of the comments, but yes.
Yeah, and just pointing out that Blaine Jones, at that time for the re-audit, had completed HACCP training. You agree?
He completed training 6 days before the audit, yes.
So you
He had
agree?
the choice to get it anytime.
And he got the HACCP training from NSF, did he?
I don't know until he got his HACCP training.
You don't recall that from his testimony?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay, that's fair. All right. So the fact that Real Water had an audit, flunked the audit, then they had a re-audit. That's what's done in the industry, isn't it?
It's required, yes.
It's required, okay. All right. I want to ask you about some of these complaints because we went through them awfully fast. Let's start with Plaintiff's Exhibit 19. All right. Mr. Kemp showed you all of these and we went by really fast. I want to take them a little bit slower so the jury has an opportunity to see them. This was a complaint from 2014. And this was a, well, Ms. Sanchez, can you scroll up just so we can see the document a little? All right, so this is a complaint form that Real Water completed, correct?
Yes.
And so Real Water had a system for taking customer complaints. They would write the complaint, fill out a form, and then provide it to whoever was handling the customer complaint, right?
Yes.
Mr. Desito testified that the people handling the customer complaints were generally Amy Jones or Brent Jones or Blaine Jones. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and so this particular complaint is about a bottle of water purchased at a Chevron on St. Rose that had a manufacturer date in 2014. You see that?
Yes.
And then the person who filled out this form says, we went and purchased several other bottles from the gas station in that area, all with the same manufacturer, all of which tested around 19 TDS. What's 19 TDS? Do you know what that means?
Total dissolved solids.
Okay, and then it smelled fine. This person said it's inconclusive if the customer complaint was legitimate or not. This issue is considered closed. Now, I understand that you are critical of Real Water for resolving this complaint in this fashion. Is that, and I'll walk you through it, but is that correct so far?
I am, for multiple reasons, yes.
And multiple reasons. You believe that Real Water should have sent this water out for GCMS testing, among other things.
Well, as I said earlier, consumer complaints need to be taken in context. This was, I think the date was the 1st, around the 1st of May, not 2014.
Right.
So subsequent to this, there were multiple following complaints of the same nature. So while this particular complaint may not have prompted an extensive follow-up investigation, the series of similar complaints should have prompted a serious root cause analysis investigative
That was the word you used, root cause analysis. And you believe Real Water, and we're going to look at all the complaints, but you believe Real Water should have done a root cause analysis, correct?
I would say not at this particular time, because I don't know that I've seen any complaints prior to 2014. Well, actually, I misstate that. There were complaints of similar smells in earlier years, but this is, again, in May, a series of multiple similar complaints started to occur. This was on the early stage of that. So
Right.
you need to put it all together, which is what you do when you have a comprehensive consumer complaint system, that you're evaluating these things and doing something about them, which is not the
Okay.
case.
I appreciate that. Mr. Sanchez, can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 20? Breaking the courtroom. All right. This again is a real water, let's go up a little, we'll go slow. Towards the top of the page, please. Again, this is a real water customer alert form. You see that?
Yes,
And you see real water even has a form number and an issue date for this form. Do you see that?
yes. As part of
Yeah.
the document control system, they should have all that and more. but
Okay,
go on.
and this is now, I believe, the second complaint that we're gonna talk about that has this smell. This is May 21, 2014. Do you see that?
I don't know if it was the second complaint, but it's a subsequent complaint in May, yeah.
That's fair. It's a subsequent complaint about a similar issue.
Yes,
So, I don't know, I always like to skip to the end of the movie. I'm gonna skip ahead. Let's say this is the second complaint, I don't know if it is or not. Is this the time when the root cause analysis should have been performed?
oh, yes, as I said earlier, again, having run customer complaint programs for major corporations, the key is the red flag comes up after 2 or more similar complaints, particularly in the same condensed time period. This would have prompted a root cause investigation for any company that I worked with.
Right, and you've worked with very large companies, and I don't want to mislead the jury. Real Water had, we saw 30 employees. You believe it still applies?
Absolutely, because they had national distribution of their water to major suppliers like Costco and Whole Foods.
Okay. No, I'm not trying to minimize it at all. Let's scroll down and see what happened with this one. All right. Again, somebody from Real Water, in the middle of the page, say, I went to both Chevrons and bought some bottles, including some from the same manufacturing date. Looks like they spoke to the store people. They tested it for pH, oxygen reduction potential, TDS. They also had control bottles that they tested. Do you see that?
Yes,
And
those would be called, they would be called
Very dramatic.
retained bottles in the industry, yes.
yeah. And again, they said it was inconclusive. That was a result they came to, right?
Well, that's their stated result, but I believe, again, as it stated in the previous sentence, this is the same shift as the previous report. That's a huge red flag.
Okay. And so in your opinion, this is when they should have gone out and done the GCMS?
They should have said, there's something in this water that we don't understand, we should investigate it until we wrestle it to the ground.
Well, they thought they understood it though, didn't they?
No, because they simply looked at pH, which is a routine test, ORP, oxidation reduction potential, which is a routine test for this electrolyzed water, and total dissolved solids, which is a test routinely done because they're adding electrolytes, solids, into the purified water.
Okay, so in your opinion, it was negligent of them to conclude it was inconclusive?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's look at another one of these. 'Cause again, we went pretty fast. I don't know if I got them all. Let's look at, so that was May 21. Let's look at Exhibit 36. All right, this is third complaint in May of 2014. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, Real Water is taking down the complaint. They've got a form for it.
It's actually not the third
right?
complaint, because this was reported by the customer on the 15th of May also.
Right.
So this would have been the second complaint plus the third complaint, if you will, or fourth complaint.
Okay. And this complaint, again, they did a similar type thing. They went and tested the water. You see that?
Yes.
And they tested the water for the shift, correct? I'm skipping ahead to the movie. We tested a control bottle from the same date shift, and it was fine with a higher TDS than normal and around 46, 47, but no substances observable. Do you see that?
Yes.
And they concluded no obvious problems. They tested the control bottle, and again, kind of jumping to the conclusion of the movie, you think this was negligent, they should have done a root cause analysis, is that right?
Yes, because there's other information contained in here that is stating that there is a problem, and even though they did not see it in the control, they should have taken this bottle of water along with the other samples and tested it until they rested it to the ground and found whatever it was that was the offensive smell that continued to appear. The fact that it wasn't in the control sample is not abnormal, and what the tests that they're performing are standard tests that they do on each of their batches anyway, because these are results that are affected through electrolysis and also the addition of various electrolytes. So ORP and TDS are standard tests, pH is standard test. They're not doing anything more intense or showing a sense of urgency that they have a problem here and they're acknowledging it. They're dismissive of it.
They're dismissive of it. It looks like they tested. I mean, you said that they were negligent. You didn't say they were dismissive of it till just now. So when you say they're dismissive of it, that implies more than negligence.
Well, many of these customer complaints include the language, we consider this not legitimate. You showed one example of a customer
Well, the first one we
complaint.
saw said inconclusive, didn't it?
Also said not legitimate, we consider this not legitimate. And that's a language that they use multiple times in customer complaints that I've seen.
So now you're critical of the language that they use because
Yes,
you
I
think
am.
because you think that they were not trying to find the problem. Is that what you're saying?
I think that summarizes it well.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 24. All right. This is another one that we went through really quickly. The jury's seen the testimony of Susan Dorn. Have you reviewed her testimony?
I have.
And you reviewed her?
I misstate, I reviewed her deposition.
Okay. I consider deposition testimony, so I'm using it as a catch-all. Is that fair?
Fair enough.
Okay. And in this one, Ms. Dorn attached an email on page 2 of her complaint. Mr. Sanchez, can you scroll to page 2? All right, and at the bottom, she says, as I said in December, and she complains that it's making her sick from the Vegas Valley water. And this is a 2017 complaint, correct?
Yes.
And you're critical of Real Water for taking her at her word for not assuming that it's the Vegas Valley water that's making her sick?
Well, the issue was clearly that it wasn't the Vegas Valley water that was making sick. The issue is not upon Ms. Doran to solve the problem. The issue is upon Real Water to solve
But
the
she
problem.
suggested the answer to the problem, didn't she?
She simply had a misunderstanding because she does not know the process that is used to make Real Water includes a complex chemical conversion using
my question,
electrolysis and a concentrate for which there was no audit.
I know you don't like
safety
my
plan.
questions, and that's okay. That's fine, but,
Judge, can we refrain from the editorial comments?
all right, Your Honor, move to strike, she was non-responsive.
Let's move on.
Okay, thank you.
We've raised the question.
All right. So Ms. Dorn said that it was the Vegas Valley water that was giving her diarrhea. Is that correct?
That is what she said
Okay.
in her
thank you.
email.
All right. Let's look at Exhibit 30, which is again one that went by. Mr. Sanchez, can you pull up Exhibit 30? Okay, so this is, there's a series of emails here about a dispute over a cooler rental. Do you see that?
I'm not familiar with this email, so.
All right, so this is the email from Jerry Watkins, who is the wife of Stephen Watkins. You've reviewed his testimony, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, and Mr. Watkins testified, I think right before you took the stand. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, and Mr. Watkins was made ill by Real Water.
yes,
All right, and it looks like this was a dispute initially over a cooler rental charge. Do you see that?
yes.
Okay, and then if we scroll down, we'll find where his wife had indicated that Mr. Watkins was in the hospital. And I think that is on the next page. So if we go to the page that is page 2, there we go. All right, so at the top, Ms. Watkins is very upset that apparently there's a dispute and somebody had accused her of trying to get a cooler rental for free. Do you see that?
Yes,
And she's trying to get the cooler rental canceled. You see that?
yes,
Okay. And apparently, when we looked at the top of the email, this has been resolved. Now, at the bottom of the email, she says, my husband has been in the hospital for 2 weeks and the doctor wants him to stop drinking alkaline water. You see that?
Yes.
So that was the basis for the return of the cooler, correct?
No, that's not my
That's not the
understanding.
basis for the return of the cooler?
No.
Okay.
My understanding, again, from Mr. Watkins' testimony also, is he wasn't, they were unaware that the real water was causing his problems until much time after this email was written.
Okay, so Mr. Watkins, in all fairness, was not aware at this time in 2017 that real water was making him sick? 2018, I'm sorry.
I listened to Mr. Watkins' testimony, and I believe I understood that he was not clear when he fully understood, or what date he fully understood that it was real water that was making him ill.
Okay, so when this email was written in 2018, he was not clear that real water was making him sick?
My understanding from this writing is, yes, that's exactly right.
All right. One of the other questions I have, let me just double check and make sure we've covered all the items. Have you reviewed the Eurofins testing?
I've seen reference to the Eurofins testing. I don't believe I've seen an actual result.
Okay. Have you reviewed the testimony of Charles Neslin from Eurofins?
I don't believe so. I've had access to that now.
Okay. All right, Dr. Huff, thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
No further
Okay, thank you,
questions.
sir. No further questions? Any questions from the jury? We have one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is this. We do have one question, and the question that we have, I decided not to ask that. It has nothing to do with the question being a wrong question, but there's reasons why. All right. Any other questions? If not, ma'am, you are released.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, plaintiff's next expert would be Gray Maynard. I'm sorry, next witness.
You want to approach and resolve that issue?
Yes.
You can do that.
Thank you, Honor.
And you know what? You're right.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it's time for a 3 o'clock break, don't you? Yeah, I do, and it makes things easier. And that's what we'll do. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media. Remember the prohibition. Last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. And last but not least, if you have any inadvertent contact with the lawyers, the witnesses, the parties, you know they can't respond. Okay.
All rise for the approach of the jury. Jury is clear, Your Honor. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
sir. Okay, I think we have one issue we were addressing sidebar, and I somewhat do remember one of the issues that was raised in this regarding, I guess, potential wage loss claim. I think the party that will be potentially testifying next will be the plaintiff that was the MMA fighter, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, and the issue at hand is just the exhibits to be used with Mr. Maynard.
Right.
The first exhibit is 303. It's a new 303, a subset of his medical records. We have a stipulation to admit that.
We do.
All right.
The rest of the exhibits, exhibit 306, it's the termination letter from the UFC. Exhibits 312, 313, and 314, which are images from a video of a MMA fight with Mr. Ishihara. And then exhibit 849, which is about a 35 or 40-second video clip from a second fight of Mr. Maynard's. The objection to these is that they were not timely disclosed under 16.1.
And so we're talking, is the objection primarily based upon the video? Is that it? I just wanna make
Your
sure.
Honor, no, it's larger than that, and I can let Mr.
Yeah,
Huckman finish. and
we'll
then
let him
jump in.
finish.
Yes, Your Honor, my understanding is we've stipulated on the wage losses, the damages. We want to use these exhibits to show the impact and general impact on Mr. Maynard relating to real water. The objection is that they weren't timely disclosed under 16.1. It's not that they're irrelevant or inauthentic or anything of that nature. It's just a pure timeliness objection. Our response to that is they are not untimely. They were disclosed timely in our final pretrial disclosures under Rule 16.1 and 3. In some instances, disclosures timely made in the final pretrial disclosures can be excluded if the timeliness of the disclosures is unjustified or harmful.
Well, and you're right about this, because I think what's often overlooked when it comes to Rule 16 and discovery issues, the rule is not self-executing.
Correct, John.
And I think that's, and you know, in a general sense, I think that's overlooked for a lot of rules, because the court's given discretion, and I have to weigh and balance and make determinations, and I understand the harmlessness and or, what's the other, substantial, yeah.
Substantially unjustified, yes, Your Honor, that's the term. And just briefly on that, Mr. Maynard was asked.
Substantial justification.
Substantial justification. Mr. Maynard was asked about all this. He was deposed on it. He talked about his termination from the UFC. He talked about these fights, his performance in the first fight versus the second fight around his real water injury. So none of this is surprising. None of this is prejudicial. It was all attached to the opposition to the summary judgment, which was motion for summary judgment, which was denied, and we would ask that the objection be overruled and we'd be allowed to use these exhibits with Mr. Maynard's testimony.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Really good about the real water defendants. First of all, it was prejudicial. Real water objected to Mr. Maynard's loss of wage earnings because we had an expert ready to testify, and plaintiffs in their disclosures said they were going to have an expert testify as to and provide a report as to his loss of earnings claim. Then they decided not to. And
I want to make sure I understand that. When you say they had an expert that would testify as to his wage loss claim, what do you mean?
In their last 16.1 disclosure, and this was part of the summary judgment motion, the plaintiff said that Mr. Maynard's wage loss and loss of earnings, loss of income would be testified to by an expert. We relied upon that representation in taking Mr. Maynard's deposition. That was in the 16.1 disclosures through the entire case. I personally took Mr. Maynard's deposition. During Mr. Maynard's deposition, I asked counsel if there were any other photographs or materials from Mr. Maynard that hadn't been produced, and that they should produce them right away. They didn't produce them right away. They waited until after the close of discovery, and I even reminded them. I get it. People miss things, the photographs of plaintiffs, you know, it's fair. You make a mistake, that's one thing. But, you know, when defense counsel says, okay, I'm finished with this depo. If you forgot to give me some photographs, that's fine. Get them to me this week, and we'll figure out what we got to do. We never received them, Your Honor. Then when the expert disclosures came and went, we didn't have an expert disclosure about these issues. We brought the motion for summary judgment. The court denied the motion for summary judgment, but in opposing that motion for summary judgment, they attached all of this inadmissible evidence, this evidence that wasn't timely disclosed and that was prejudicial. And absolutely is prejudicial. First of all, The term letter, I don't
When
know
you say
why
the
that
term,
wasn't.
the term letter, I want to make sure I understand.
So UFC, I have a very limited understanding of how the UFC works, so. Mr.
I don't have
Coleman-
any, that's why I
I
asked.
didn't have any before this case, so my understanding is, the UFC fighters get a letter basically saying that we're gonna engage you for a term of, up to a number of fights, and that you're gonna get paid so much and that sort of thing. It's exactly the type of information that an expert would use to calculate a loss of earnings or claims such as that. We didn't get that. That came after the close of discovery, after expert reports came in their final pretrial disclosures, which we objected to for the record. As far as the video and the photographs, again, we didn't get those. Those were provided well after the close of discovery. Frankly, I don't know
What did he testify to during his deposition? As far
He
as-
testified in his deposition that he lost this fight in the fall of 2018, not because he didn't train hard enough, but because he didn't have the mental toughness that was needed to win the fight. And I'm not challenging that at all. I don't want to do UFC.
Did he say why he didn't have the mental toughness in order to?
Yeah, he said that he had started his training late, he rushed into the fight. There's an email that he sent to Brent Jones that we'll introduce on cross, which basically validates what he's saying. I'm not saying that he doesn't believe in his mind that he lost this fight. He does. He lost this fight because of drinking real water and because of being ill. And I'm not challenging that in any way. I'm not trying to disparage Mr. Maynard. He's a very nice man. He legitimately believes that. And that's not the prejudice. The prejudice is that our expert was lined up. We had David Weiner to testify as to those items. He was going to consult with somebody as to UFC fighters and earnings and ages and all of that stuff. And now we don't have that expert, can't have that expert. And then plaintiff and Real Water have reached an agreement as to the amount of lost earnings, and I'm not disputing that that isn't a fair agreement. It is a fair agreement, but what choice do we have? We have to move this case forward. And so we think at this late stage, the termination letter is really irrelevant because the amount has been stipulated to now anyways. And the photos and the video are prejudicial, and, we're going to get a UFC expert to say, no, you would have won the fight because of this or that. No, we're not.
I don't think anybody, here's the thing, and I mean, I'm listening to it, and I understand if the termination letter is not really an issue based upon a stipulation as to potentially what the wage loss claim will be, and correct me if I'm wrong or not, I guess at the end of the day, they're gonna come down to whether or not they believe his testimony as to the impact the ingestion of real water had on his performance in these matches.
And that's where the prejudice comes in, Your Honor. That's exactly the problem. Because the photos and the document were made less relevant by the agreement. So now the only relevance that they have to the jury is the emotional appeal that they have to the jury. They should have been disclosed timely, so I could have asked him about the emotional appeal. I could have asked him in his deposition about that emotional appeal, that emotional impact, for lack of a better word, how that affected him, his psychological feelings about losing that fight. Does he regret it? All of those questions could have been asked in his deposition. Were not asked in his deposition because none of this was produced in time for his deposition.
Your Honor, he was asked about all this in his deposition, he testified in his deposition. He was asked about the fights, he was asked about his loss in his last fight, he was asked about losing his UFC contract. All this was testified to. None of this is surprising.
So how much video are we talking about showing to this jury?
It's the 35 to 40-second clip, I believe.
Okay.
We're talking 3 pictures. It's the termination letter from the UFC. It's nothing about his term or contract. It's the UFC letter from Dana White saying, "Dear Mr. Maynard, we're terminating your contract with the UFC in part based on your performance in your last loss." I mean, that's all it is. It just illustrates his testimony.
Did he testify to that during?
And he testified to that, yes, Your Honor.
He didn't testify to that, Your Honor. He testified as to the subject, but not that specific information. Moreover, we could have then pulled public records in fights before he drank real water, showed those, and then we could have investigated and disclosed in discovery the fact that Mr. Maynard attempted a comeback in 2020. And he was looking at a comeback, and there's a
And when
bunch
you
of
say-
videos talking about
And I don't wanna
that.
cut you off, Mr. O'Doul, you said he's making a comeback. Was he making a comeback, say, within a certain period of time after his exposure and his apparently
Your Honor, he
inadequate
was-
performance?
Yes, Your Honor, he had a program, and I believe it was in 2020, that we found where he was going to fight in the UFC again, and it was gonna be a comeback. And we would have used that in response to this information had it been timely disclosed, so it is prejudicial.
Anything else? I don't wanna cut you
No,
off.
that's all I have, Your Honor. We've kind of plowed this ground very
I
well, made
understand.
a record.
Your Honor, I'll,
What else you have to say? I just wanna make sure.
nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do, and this is why. It appears, so he's testified to the termination. It doesn't appear that there's any, is there a question of fact as to the basis for his termination?
Oh, Your Honor, after his last fight, he was terminated, his contract was terminated.
There's a question of fact as to why he was terminated. He testifies that he was terminated because he lost the fight because he drank real water.
Okay. But I don't think Dana White indicated in his letter that he was terminated because he drank real water.
No, he just said your performance.
Okay, that's what
Right, or something like that.
Right. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, that's his testimony, is that he
Well,
was
well,
sick
here's
from
my
real
next,
water.
here's my next question. As far as these videos are concerned, is it, we have like one pre-video, one post-video?
We have pictures from his last fight before getting sick with real water. They're the three pictures.
What do they depict though?
Shane, 312, 313, and 314 are the pictures.
Because when it comes to, I don't mind, but here's my thoughts. I mean, it seems to me the video and or pictures would be relevant for one purpose, and that would be that he was an MMA fighter.
But they had that in their jury notebook picture. I think they subbed it out, but that's his MMA picture.
Yeah. You kind of understand where I'm going. I mean, that is, I mean, because it's, whether it's video or whatever, and some people are really into MMA. I don't really, I'm an old-fashioned boxing type fan, you know, watching Tyson and Ali and going all the way back, you know, but I don't know much about MMA. Anything else on that?
No, Your Honor.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor. We just believe it should have been produced so we could ask him about it in his deposition and possibly had other pictures showing him, like the news conference he did when he was announcing he was unretiring more recently and was going to go back to, and I'm going to goof this up, I guess UFC's proprietary MMA is the style, so he was going to go back to some type of MMA on a competition level.
Your Honor, nothing prevents them from asking about this. These were disclosed as part of our pretrial disclosures. He was questioned about them in his deposition. There is no harm or prejudice that they've identified.
There absolutely is. This is a still from the Ishihara fight. And I didn't get a chance to ask him about the Ishihara fight. And now I'm just gonna put him in front of a jury and ask him open-ended questions? No thanks.
I understand that, I do. And so I just want to make, we have 3 photographs
Correct, Your Honor.
and we have video.
35 to 40-second video.
And the 35 to 40-second video, who's that fight against?
That's his last fight after he was sick from real water and he lost, which prompted the termination of his contract.
And Your Honor, again, not to get too deep into the MMA stuff, but he dropped a weight class and he went back down to featherweight. There's a whole argument about changing weight classes. I mean, it gets really complicated, and that's why, again, this stuff should have been produced. We could have asked about it in the deposition.
All right.
We spend about 3 times more time on this than I would spend questioning him on this.
I agree.
And Ms. Switzer points out in his deposition, he was asked about the Ishihara fight, just to put it to the record.
Okay. I'm looking at it from this perspective, and it really focuses on two issues. Number one, he was terminated. And what does the termination letter say, this lack of performance?
For his last loss, yes, Your Honor.
And he testified to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm gonna let that in, and as far as, the photographs or the video, you make a decision which one you wanna use. Because I'm looking at it from this perspective, it seems to me, the real relevance of the photographs and/or video would primarily go to show the fact that, yeah, he was a MMA fighter.
Okay, Your Honor.
Nothing more, nothing less. I mean,
We'll admit the video, which is Exhibit A49.
because there's nothing there other than him in the ring, right, for about 30 seconds.
Yes, Your Honor, that's
I
correct.
take it plaintiff's not gonna do a play-by-play. I'm just gonna show
That's
the
kind of my
video.
point.
The video has sound,
There shouldn't be sound on the video.
It's 51 seconds, Your Honor.
I apologize.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, he was an MMA fighter. That's what he was.
Correct.
You know, and he's no longer an MMA fighter. He can be cross-examined on the change in weight class, dropping weight, and all those things, and whether or not that impacted him. But he did testify as to, he was terminated, right? And he testified that he was an MMA fighter. And the video shows that he was an MMA fighter. And I don't mind saying it, I mean, although I don't know much about it, it's my understanding that's a very rigorous athletic endeavor. It's probably the best way to say it. Yeah. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
That's what we'll do, and then, and I don't mind saying it just for the record, because I do understand, what is it, 37C1? Yes, sir. Is it 37C1? And I understand I have to do a substantial justification or harmless. I'm making a determination that he's testified to his termination, and he was an MMA fighter. In his deposition, I see it as being harmless, and that's it, nothing else. And I'm limiting it to that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then, in terms of the sound, is that okay if we play with sound?
Shouldn't have
So,
sound.
no sound.
No sound?
Yeah, just show what he wants. I mean, I don't know, I'd have to pre-screen the sound, and I don't feel like doing that.
Fair enough.
Right, I mean, with the video, he was an MMA fighter. I think the jury's not concerned about that. I don't know what they're concerned about, but I don't think the sound is really that important. I think the fact that he was an MMA fighter is probably supports his, because a lot of people could say they're MMA fighters and so on.
He's got proof?
You got proof, right, that's how I'm looking at it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll step down for a few. When you're ready, let me know. Think we're ready to go.
Are you seated, Deputy?
We're on the record.
All right, we're back on the record. I guess we're ready to continue, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tomorrow, 9:15 should be good, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
In the jury, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, we don't have anything else outside that presence, correct?
No,
Your Honor, should probably talk about the start time for tomorrow and.
9:15. Is that bad for you?
Doctor coming at 1 o'clock.
We'll accommodate him.
He's sorry. Dr. Lee said he's gonna block off from 1 to 3 o'clock for us tomorrow. But he's getting off call at 1 o'clock, so he may be running a little late, so 1:30.
I wouldn't even worry about that.
Okay.
And we'll probably have pre-recorded testimony of about an hour and a half, Your Honor. That's where I was concerned that we might end up taking a longer lunch.
Well, we're not done with our case, Your Honor.
They're not.
And we won't be done if we keep,
Yeah.
talk about other things.
Appreciate that. Just trying to give the court.
Don't worry, though. I'm gonna make sure the defense puts in on their entire case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
right? I mean, everyone's been so efficient so far, so there's no reason why that will change as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you.
So if he's 1:30, he's 1:30.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
We just don't wanna waste the jury's time or the court's.
Well, you haven't really in this case so far. I haven't had any 7-hour cross-examinations.
No.
Right?
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Thank you.
All right, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
It's my understanding the plaintiff will be calling as next witness, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Plan is called Gray Maynard.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Bradley Gray Maynard, BRADLEY, GRAY-MAYNARD.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Gray.
Good.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Gray, it's my understanding you're having a little bit of a back issue.
Yeah.
Okay, let us know if you're having difficulty, okay? We can take care of you. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Gray, I live in Lansing now, which is about an hour and a half west of Detroit. Moved there towards the end of 2020, beginning of 2021.
Are you married?
Not married, but we've been together since college. We were like 20 years old, so been together about 25 years. now.
What's your partner's name?
Jessica Wheeler.
Do you and Jessica have any children?
Yes, we have 2 kids, 6 and 11 right now. The daughter's 11 and son is 6.
What are their names?
Gio and Estella.
What grades are they in?
Gio's in 1st grade and Stella's in 6th grade.
Sure, they keep you busy.
Yeah, all over the place.
Where did you go to high school?
Well, I moved out here when I was around 12 years old, and then went to Bonanza a year, then I went to Durango a year, and then I transferred to a school in Cleveland, Ohio. It was St. Edward's, which is one of the best wrestling schools probably in the country, and went there to play sports.
The jury has heard that you were a UFC fighter, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. But could you tell them about your high school and college years?
High school and college years, so I probably started wrestling when I was about 3 years old, around 7th, like 8th grade. Really knew that that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to college. I wanted to compete in college, I wanted to compete in the Olympics, and wanted to have, you know, a great year or career doing that. And so after I won state championship here in the 10th grade, yeah, me and my dad, we kind of, we made a deal, you know, and just went back to the best school where the best competition was, and that was the ability to get to a college, you know. And then I went to MSU.
Michigan State?
Yep, Michigan State. I was a 3-time All-American there, and then in '04 I tried out for the Olympic team, and yeah.
Now, the jury has heard that you got a nickname in college, the
Yeah.
Bully.
Yeah.
That's not because you were stealing kids' lunch money, was it?
No, I didn't do that. So it was more of a joke. We, my last year in college, yeah, I rescued a dog. It was a bull terrier, you know, and he was pretty mean. He played soccer with us and like just knocked people over, and you know, but in practice I did kind of go hard, and you know, I had lots of goals, and not a lot of people wanted to work with me, you know, because you know, I took it because, yeah, I was kind of intense, I guess, and but yeah, we were nicknamed the Bullies.
And it just stuck.
Yeah, it was more so my dog, I think.
What do you do for work today?
Right now we own a gym. It does jiu-jitsu, it does kickboxing, and then my wife, she has a smoothie bar right in the front with coffee, and you know, we promote a lot of health and wellness, and yeah.
Tell the jury something about your personal life. What are the things that you like to do in your spare time?
Rock climbing, mountain climbing, going mountain biking, turning my kids to that. We go climb like rocks, and we go down to Kentucky, we go up north, we go climb the ice, and yeah, we're big kind of outdoors people, and we live in the country now, and yeah.
You mentioned your intensity and your drive in wrestling. That turned into a professional career fighting in the UFC, right?
Yes. When I got done with trying out for the Olympic team in '04, came back home here. I was down in Arizona probably for a couple years, and you know, came back home, got into jiu-jitsu, and then word got around that I was really good kind of wrestler, and BJ Penn, he flew me out to Hawaii to go train, and I kind of got really just kind of hooked on the sport, you know, and I wanted to compete, and yeah, I kind of started the MMA career in around '05.
And during your UFC career, or when you got started, were you cast on the Ultimate Fighting Championship TV show?
Yeah, in 2007, there was a reality TV show where they put a bunch of fighters into a house, and you know, kind of made it a TV show, and you know, I wasn't really into it, but it was my chance to get on to a big promotion, and to compete, you know, to reach my goals.
And was that show your stepping stone into the UFC?
Yeah, I got, so I did one amateur fight, and then I did 2 pro fights, and then I was on the TV show, you know, and that led into a 13-year career with the UFC.
During your career, did you have any title bouts?
Yeah, I had 2 title bouts against Frankie Edgar. One was a draw for the World Championships, and then but then he beat me when we did it again, World Championship. But A lot of names, you know, kind of tied to my career. Diaz, Frankie Eggert, Jim Miller, Kenny Florian, any of those.
So you were that close to world champion.
Yeah, yeah.
Still, you had a great career.
Thank you.
How did you start drinking real water?
So there was a beer festival that was going on with like concerts and stuff, but there was a booth there. This was like '09 maybe, and I met Anthony Randolph, who you saw on the screen. Yeah, they wanted to work with me, you know, and kind of use my name to kind of help promote real water.
And did you work with them to help promote real water?
Yeah, yeah. I started getting cases, and you know, even when I moved to California, they shipped out like a couple pallets. So you know, I was drinking it from 2009-ish. Yeah.
And in November 2014, did you sign an 8-fight contract with the UFC?
Yeah, we renewed my contract in 2014. It was the 8-fight deal, and yeah.
I want to tell the jury a little bit about your 4th fight of that contract. Can you say who that was against?
That was against a guy named Teruto Ishihara, and we fought in July 2017, and
did you win that fight?
Yeah, he was a tough opponent. You know, I trained hard, knew I had to win because we were going to have a baby that January.
That would be your son?
Yeah, that's my son.
How would you rate your performance in that fight against Ishihara?
It was a pretty good fight. It was kind of relatively easy, which is good, which is nice to be able to get out of there without a lot of injuries.
After the Ishihara fight, did there come a time when you started to feel very sick after drinking real water?
Yeah, so we had our baby in January 2018, January 31st, and then around May, you know, I was kind of gearing up to start to jump back into training camp. You usually do a training camp to compete again. That's about 8 weeks long, and trying to keep in shape. There was we had a little complications with the pregnancy, and you know, I didn't want to compete during that, and so we had the baby, and you know, kind of ramping up to jump into a training camp to compete, and around the end of May.
Let me ask you, May 2018.
May 2018. Yeah, I went to a strength and conditioning practice, and a couple days before we went to the Great Outdoor Bass Pro Shops. We ate jerky, and literally the next night we kind of had diarrhea, we felt off balance, we were throwing up, and you know, I dug out the jerky. I'm like, we got to get this stuff tested or whatever. And then I woke up the next day. This was like probably May 24th-ish, and went to practice, which was a strength and conditioning. We were doing like, you know, a bunch of kind of conditioning stuff, but I felt really like off balance. Kept like going forward, and you know, I kept kind of asking people, do you guys, is there a flu going around, or whatever, and my wife was too. So we were talking about it, and we just felt really like off balance. Stomach was bad, you know, and each and every day, like it got worse and worse to where couldn't really see stuff, couldn't hold on to stuff. We had a brand new baby. We dropped him. Thank God it was kind of right on the bed. You know, changing him, your hands were twitching, and this probably went on for about a week, you know, and it would just get worse and worse and worse. Lethargic. We would just nod out to where the baby would cry, we'd wake up, you know, change him or whatever it was, and yeah, a lot of people would come over, check on us, kind of help us with the brand new baby, and probably after about a week, you know, and if Jess didn't get it, then I would probably have really gotten scared just with what I do, the career, you know, I do, because it was really more the twitching, my hands, yeah, just a lot of different stuff like that, but we both did, so it was kind of like, okay, you know, I can roll that out a little bit. Anyways, probably after about a week of that, Jess just was like, you know, like, I'm going to urgent care. And I was like, all right. And then Jess went, they asked if she was drunk or drinking, and gave her no answers. And then Jess came home, and maybe a couple more days, and then we both got better. Both of us just kind of woke up one day, like every night, you know, I would go, it really like felt as if like I was being electrocuted all day. Like just my hands and my eyes and my body, and every night, you know, I'd go to bed like, all right, this has gotta stop once I wake up. This is gonna be the last night.
Did you go to the hospital?
So when Jess got better, and yeah, I got better, there was about 3 days, and then, you know, I was working with my mom's house, you know, drinking a bunch of water, kind of helping her out, and yeah, it just came back like right away, you know, and it was like that day, stomach, but then that night woke up to right where it kind of left off, you know, and Jess was better though, and yeah, that's when it hit me hard. You know, I tried driving a couple times, and I would back up, you know, and hit my wife's car or something, and it just...
Bad shape.
Yeah, you were all over the place.
Shane, can you please pull up Exhibit 303, page 1? This is a medical note from your ER visit on June 15th, 2018. So your symptoms were bad enough that you went to the emergency room, correct?
Yeah, Jess and you know, pretty much like everybody told me I had to go. You know, I couldn't, slurred speech, couldn't really talk, couldn't really walk.
And this medical note says dizziness for 21 days, slurred speech, muscle weakness, fatigue, intermittent blurred vision for 21 days, diarrhea, abdominal pain, twitching of extremities, and vomiting as of today. Is that how you were feeling at this time?
Oh, yeah.
When you were at the hospital, did they do a blood test?
Yes.
Shane, can you pull up Exhibit 303, page 2? Now, this references ammonia level 37, above the reference range, ALT of 553, and AST of 1,579. Do you recall the doctors talking to you about these abnormal test results?
They didn't really talk to me because I wasn't really there, you know, but they were talking to Jess.
Were you aware that you were having an illness related to your liver?
They tried to explain that to me, yes.
Were you confused at the time?
Yeah, when I went in, you know, just talking to the doctors and stuff and talking to Jess, you know, and they were doing scans and then, you know, I do remember one part of it where they wanted to do all kinds of, a bunch of the MRIs, you know, and a guy kind of knew me from, like, he was a fan, I guess, you know, and he was like, man, they are really loading you up with a ton of MRIs. A, this is going to take forever. B, this is going to cost a lot of money. And, you know, it just kind of scared me, you know, and I was like, all right, well, I don't want to do like all of those. You know, I told the doctor.
Now, being a professional fighter at the time, did you have relationships with other doctors who were advising you?
Yes.
Did you talk to any of them?
Yeah, they wanted to keep me at the or they wanted to keep me in there, right? Yep, to admit. But we talked to one of my doctors. You know, they weren't giving us any answers. You know, it was just more tests, more money, whatever that is. And then we called one of our doctors, Ben Reeder. Yeah, and he goes, okay, look, we know it's your liver, all right? Let's just get you home and get you on bed rest. Check if the liver will come down a little bit. We had a flight the next day to go back to Lansing to be with my brother-in-law and my family and stuff, and then we changed my flight to get it later. My wife and my kids flew out early that day, so we went home. You know, I slept probably until about 3 hours before my flight. The kids left, Jess left, you know, and I called my dad to try to take me to the airport, you know, and he was scared, you know, and he didn't want me to go, but he knew that going there, you know, I could be on bed rest with my family around, and you know, I just had to get to the gate, right? And so he took me to the airport, dropped me off, you know, and like I remember just all that stuff was kind of happening again. The crazy eyes and the twitching, I couldn't hold on to stuff. Once I got through the gates, you know, I was like, all right, a ginger ale. Let me get a ginger ale and try to get to my gate. And this is when I was flying like all over the world, country, you know, different, probably twice a month, flying a lot. And then got a ginger ale, and I just couldn't like hold on to it. I kept dropping it. So I tried to go to my gate, but I guess I got the gate wrong with my seat number. So went to the wrong gate.
You were struggling mentally.
Yeah, went to the wrong gate, confused, told me to go to another gate, got there, and you know, the flight left. So I called my buddy, you know, to come grab me, because I didn't want to call my dad because he was going to be mad at me, because, you know, he told me not to get on the flight, and they came to pick me up, you know, and I guess when they were taking me home, they were like really worried, because I was just kind of couldn't stay awake. I was just sleeping in the seat and couldn't really talk, slurred words. So they actually stayed with me that night, you know, and probably for about 2 days, I don't really remember those 2 days. I was just sleeping on the couch, waking up to, like, pretty sure my dad checked on me, and then sleeping again. Then wake up to my mom checking on me, sleeping again. But yeah, there was about 2 or 3 days to where I don't remember anything, really.
Ultimately, after this, how long were you on bed rest before you started to slowly improve?
We took my blood every week, and it was probably about being like on that couch, it was probably about a month. That's what I feel.
Then your liver enzymes started to stabilize?
Yeah, slowly come down. You know, each week there was like a little pop, but then they would slowly come down.
At this time, did the UFC want you to participate in the 5th fight of your contract?
You know, I was kind of panicking because you know, I had to get back to work. My body is like what I need to get back to work, you know, and we just kind of had a baby, and there was a lot going on. We had a new house, and yeah, I had to get back to work, and they had
UFC
a
offered
fight.
you a fight?
What is it?
UFC offered you a fight?
Yeah.
When was that fight?
That was October 15th. So this is probably mid-July that they offered it. You know, and in my head it was kind of, okay, take it easy, but you know, I can pull through this, just get back to work, just try to get back in the gym, and you know, really just get back to work.
Who was that October fight with?
Nick Lentz, pretty tough guy.
Did you win that fight?
No, I didn't.
Gray, we have just a short video clip from that fight that we would like to show. That's exhibit 849.
I don't know if I want to see this one.
That's you in the gray shorts.
Yeah, on the bottom.
Okay, Shane, thank you. Is that tough to watch?
Yeah. You know, that once I started getting better, it's just really in the back of your head, you know, and like a lot of people watch that or watch, you know, whoever compete, they don't really understand what goes into it. The 8 weeks before, the year of just constant training. Training camps were probably the most grueling parts you kind of had to do. It was kind of glad to get into the cage and to be done with that training camp. And once I took that fight, you know, I knew I had to go up a weight class because I really didn't want to cut weight to put more of a toll with my body, with my liver. It was just in the back of my mind of, get through this, just get through it, just get through it. You got 3 more fights, you know, just.
Gray, let me just ask you flat out. Did your illness from real water affect your performance in that fight?
100%.
And did your performance affect your contract with the UFC?
Yes.
How?
They called me after that one. You know, and I've put a lot of fights on with them. I've had 20, you know, and they were just like, you're done. Like, that was a terrible fight, you know, and that kind of tarnished my name to compete wherever else. And yeah, it was just, and they terminated my contract.
And Shane, can you pull up exhibit 306? Gray, is this the letter from Dana White terminating your contract with the UFC?
Yeah.
And in the last paragraph, above Dana White's signature, says their decision is based in part on your last loss. Right. Was that your understanding?
Yeah.
And, you know,
Yeah, he called me too. He's like, man, you're done. You know, you can't compete like that.
and at this point, you know, you didn't have a long career left
Yeah.
at this age, but you had
But I
3
had
fights on
money
that
the table,
contract.
You know, 3 fights and we just had a kid, 2 kids, you know, we were kind of counting on that, you know, to get comfortable, to make a choice of what the next step is.
Now, you said you moved to Lansing in end of 2020.
Yes.
After you moved, did you come back to Las Vegas to help your mom sell her house so she could move to Lansing and live nearby?
Yes, we were gonna move her out with us. When we moved out, we took a little bit of stuff to her house to keep there, you know, until we got it all. We got her out there too. We had the 5-gallon jugs of water with the dispenser. We kept it there. So when I flew back to help her get her, we were gonna put her house on the market, kind of getting it prepared. You know, I was drinking the water, of course, and by the end of the trip, you know, I wasn't doing anything. I was basically on a couch, twitchy hands, my eyes were all messed up, lethargic, you know, and couldn't really do anything, you know, tripping all over the place. And, you know, my mom was taking care of me, I think. She thought I was going to help her.
Shane, can you pull up 303, page 5? And here you are again, same symptoms, going back to the hospital, right?
Yeah, I went to the hospital back in the Lansing, Grand Rapids, because when I flew home, you know, to get back to my kids and stuff, I was basically on the couch for like 3 days, but then it was like, all right, feeling better, but Jess wanted me to go just in case to check, because we didn't know why this kept happening. You know,
At this point, you have no answers about why you keep having these liver failures.
No.
And Gray, you were here for Dr. Hudson's testimony yesterday,
Yes.
and you heard his recommendation regarding medical monitoring due to, I think, permanent injury to your liver.
Yes.
Is that something you intend to do?
Yes.
What about the future psychological care? Is that something you're committed to pursuing?
Yes.
Thank you, Gray.
Appreciate it.
Okay, cross-examination.
Mr. Major Troller, nice to speak with you again. Sir, do you need to stand up or anything to help your back? We have a microphone, I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. Everybody who has a bad back in this room is empathizing with you right now, so apologize for that. I'm not going to keep you very long. I want to go over a couple of things and then ask you some of the questions and follow up of what Mr. Kupperman asked you. Your total medical costs for the 2 hospitalizations, or 2 hospital visits rather, where they were doing all the tests on you, about $72,000 roughly?
Yes, sir.
And you understand Real Water has admitted that it's liable for that?
Yes, sir.
And your loss of earnings, Real Water has also admitted it's responsible for that, and it's about $95,000. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Probably, unless you know somebody in this room, I don't think anybody in this room has done MMA training.
Yeah.
So for the jury, it sounds like that 8 weeks when you're getting ready, well, let me take a step back. It sounds like you're always training.
Right.
And then there's something more intensive for 8 weeks. Is that kind of how it works?
Yeah, it's called training camp, you know, and usually you practice with a team and sparring and you know, conditioning. But this past, that training camp, I didn't practice with the team because I really wanted complete control, just in case my body kind of acted up. You know, I was practicing with one coach and one of the athletes, you know, and just really controlled it. Tried to, yeah, I'd go home and just nap a lot. You know, it still took a lot to do that.
Yeah.
To do that training, I guess.
And that,
even though it was as easier than the just
easier
kind
than
of a
what?
regular one,
I
right?
was gonna say, is anything in the MMA easy?
Yeah, no, not really.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. That 8-week training that you did with the fight, before the fight with Nick Lentz, was that here in Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And instead of training with sparring partners, you basically set up your own training. Just describe that for us.
Yeah, we had a coach, Eric, he came in like earlier, just kind of in the day. We had one training partner. You know, I would give him a plan of what I wanted to do because, yeah, he trusted me. But also I had to kind of pay attention to like how hard practice training would be, you know, just because back in my mind it's like, man, I don't want this to start up again because I really had no idea what it was.
Right. And so this 8-week period where you're doing the training, there's like a schedule?
Yeah.
And every day, presumably, there's like a plan. Today we're going to do the following things, kind of thing?
Yes.
And I would assume it gets harder as the 8 weeks goes on, or how does that work?
Yeah, usually it gets kind of harder, really hard, you know, and then you taper off.
You taper off, you ease off, so by the time of the
Yeah.
fight, you're not all beat up from the
Yes,
training?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you drinking real water while you're training?
Yes, sir.
And what about the people around you? Were they drinking real water?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And as you're going into the training, though, this is after your illness in June, you were feeling pretty good, though, right, during this training? I mean, other than the training.
You know, I'd come home and sleep a lot, you know, just because I was tired, but also just because, you know, just mentally, I didn't want to go through that again. You know,
You didn't want to be sick again.
Yeah,
was it?
yeah.
No, it's understandable. But mentally, you're preparing for this fight that's going to happen in October, right?
Yeah.
And the coming home and sleeping, I mean, is that normal? Is that what, I have no idea what UFC fighters do. So I
Yeah.
assume that you train really hard during the day and then you have like rest periods or something.
Yeah, you gotta have rest, but, you know, I was kind of really doing it a lot more, just in case there was a toll with my body doing the training, because, you know, I've never been sick like this, you know, and I just wanted to do whatever I could to be careful, just to get into the cage to work again.
Yeah, no, I get it. And it sounds to me like, and I don't know this, maybe there's a statistic, UFC fighters are probably, you know, some of the top athletes in the world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Is there any kind of statistic for that, or I don't know what
I mean,
what
we're
you
probably
compare
the
yourself-
best conditioned, you know, to be able to do that, and, you know, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of conditioning, you know, sparring. Didn't spar that whole camp just because, you know, I didn't want to push it to the limits like that. And, yeah, just really cautious, because it was a little scary to go back into that hole.
No, I don't doubt it. And you're talking about scary, not the ring, but scary of being sick.
Being
correct?
sick, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I get that. How is Jess doing at this time that you're now building up into the fight?
We had a brand new baby, and she was trying to take over a lot. of, to let me rest, to let me train, you know. We've never been through a training camp to where the unknown is just kind of lingering, right? Of, you know, am I gonna get sick again?
Right. So she didn't get sick again though after she recovered, like after August or so?
What is it?
Did Jess get sick after August?
No.
So it just went away?
Yeah, just in May and June.
Okay. And then you
Part of
trained, she was primarily sick in May and June. You were primarily sick May, June, and part of July, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, so you started the 8-week camp in August, September, and then the fights in October?
Yeah.
And then, after the fight, Dana White basically tells you, you know, that they're gonna cancel the rest of your contract, right?
Yes.
Okay, and, at that time, did you believe it was like a negotiation tool? I mean, he's kind of got a reputation as a tough negotiator.
No, I had a lot of talks with people, or, yeah, not a lot of talks, but my coach, you know, he told me, being in a corner like that, to where, you know, you're with a guy for years and years,
Right.
goes in, competes, you know, and I've never competed like that in my life, in my entire life, like wrestling, you know, that, it was just so out of character that, you know, I got it from a lot of people, like, hey dude, you gotta retire.
Okay.
That was terrible.
And so after your UFC career had come to its conclusion, you moved back to Lansing?
Yeah, we kind of made the choice to go back there.
Okay.
Yeah,
How do you like it there?
it's good, slower pace.
Sort of a lot greener than here?
Yeah, a little bit greener.
The kids complain it's too slow?
Yeah, yeah.
They're like, why did you leave Las Vegas, Dad? You get that?
Yeah, a little bit.
And presently, how are you doing?
A lot better than 2018.
That's fair.
Which is good.
How's the gym doing?
The gym's, we're plugging away.
Yeah.
We're doing what we can.
What's the name of the gym?
Prime to Combat.
And do you personally train people? How does that work?
Yeah, we have classes. We have jiu-jitsu classes. We have kickboxing classes. You know, do personal training and.
Get the kids out there yet?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. Got to keep them moving.
Absolutely. Mr. Maynard, thank you so much for being here today. I'm very sorry Will Water made you sick. Appreciate it. Sorry about the back too. I empathize with that 100%.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. You may step down, sir.
John, we have a question.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, sir, before we let you go, we have a couple questions, but I'm going to ask the first two. I'm not going to ask the third question I will ask you, sir, and this is from juror number 11, Mr. Barbaric. Barbaric. And quote, "Did you ever drink raw water during a fight?"
No, I didn't. Never. The UFC kind of controls like that part of it.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you, sir.
Maynard, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, plaintiff next witness is Daisy Lee.
All right.
solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Daisy Wee, DAISYWEI.
Thank you.
And just as a procedural matter, Your Honor, Exhibit 444 has been stipulated to that we move to admit.
Shall be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Hi, Daisy.
Hi.
How about you introduce yourself to the jury? Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
And why did you move to Las Vegas?
I kind of got stuck out here during 9/11 because I was living in New York City at the time. So I just decided to make the transition. So I've been here for quite a while now.
And kind of transitioning to why we're here today, at some point did you start getting the home delivery of real water?
Yes,
And how much real water did you typically drink on a day?
at least 2 to 3, sometimes 4, depending on how much I worked out and did hot yoga.
And going back into kind of the springtime of 2020, you were drinking real water during this time?
Yes.
And looking back, at what point did you start to not feel well?
I think within like a few weeks, I was starting to feel sluggish, dizzy, loss of appetite, a lot of things. I just thought I caught a flu or something.
And what prompted you to finally decide to go to the emergency room?
I couldn't get out of bed. I just felt really, really sick, and I called my friend, and he came and got me, and I just remember sleeping for over 12 hours all those days, and I woke up and I was still tired, and I just felt something was wrong, and then I threw up a few times. I just couldn't focus. Yeah.
And Shane, if you could put up Exhibit 444, page 25 for me, please. Perfect. And if we go down to the top, it says this was June 2nd of 2020. Is that when you recall going to the hospital?
I think so.
And if we look down at the hospital course, it says that you were taken from the emergency room and found to be in acute liver failure. You were slurring your speech and had an ammonia level of 126. Is that kind of what you recall? Do you recall that time period a little bit?
It's a, I admit it's kind of a blur, but I think so, yes.
And if we go to page 30, Shane, I think we've got your liver enzyme test there. And awesome. If we can blow that up because I'm blind as a bat, perfect. So it looks like your ALTs are 1,249 and your ASTs were 2,228. And then right below that, your ammonia level was 126. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And I know you just mentioned that you're feeling a little foggy, but what did you understand of the situation?
At that moment, I was so incoherent that I just don't remember much. The doctor just kept asking me, what did I eat? What did I drink? What do you surround yourself with? And I said, I don't know, it's still COVID. It's like I didn't go out very much, like I didn't work out very much, like why am I so sick? I thought I had maybe food poisoning or something.
And what do you recall from that first night in the hospital?
Well, when I got to the hospital, he told me about my liver failure or whatever, and then my family came. I was so sick that I had to sign a power of attorney over to make choices. So my sister did that. I think I remember signing something. And then they left. And then I couldn't feel my legs. They were numb. My hands were wiggly. And I was seeing things. seeing things in the air, flying in the air, and then I just felt it took a lot of energy just to breathe. So if I were to lie back or something, I thought to myself I wasn't gonna wake up. So I just started pinching myself, just so I could feel my body. And I said a prayer, and I said, God, I'm not ready to leave yet. So I called my friend, Bo. He's sitting there, and I said, in case I die tonight, I love you, and I tried. He goes, don't talk so silly, and just said that, back in the morning. And I was too afraid to go to sleep, so I just, and somehow I fell asleep. I don't know how I did. And then next day, I just don't remember much.
And do you recall that you were transferred to Loma Linda for the need for a liver transplant? Do you recall that?
I remember kind of like I was going somewhere. Yeah.
And what did it look like when you arrived at Loma Linda? Do you recall?
I was a different hospital. There were people surrounding me, and I was hooked up to machines. I don't remember much. They were asking me questions.
And Shane, if we can pull up same exhibit 444, page 59, please.
What's the page number?
59, please. So this is the hospital record from Loma Linda, and we have here, this is 4 days after you were were admitted at the hospital in Las Vegas. And if we still see your AST levels there and your ALT levels, and if we look at it, your INR is even still elevated at the time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Shane, if we can actually pull up, Your Honor, we have another stipulated exhibit. It's 451, which we moved to admit.
Yeah, that's right.
Perfect.
Shall be admitted.
Thank you. And Daisy, is this a picture when you're in Loma Linda?
Yes.
What were you trying to kind of document here?
I got the nurse to take a picture of me to show how yellow my skin and my eyes were, so I can send to my friends in Las Vegas, because no one was with me. And I was so sick that I said to myself, gosh, liver failure? So if I need a new liver, I guess I'm in the right place. But yeah, I took that picture.
And were you drinking real water in the hospital?
I bought one bottle with me, and I think I drank it. And then I left in the hospital when I went to Linda Loma.
And so after you got home from Loma Linda, were you still feeling like yourself, or were you still exhibiting some of the symptoms?
I was feeling definitely better, but I was still kind of like a little weak, incoherent, a little dizzy, but they said I was well enough that I could leave, so I left. And then, yeah.
So you went to the ER a few times after this. You said it's a little foggy still for you?
Yeah, I went so many times because I started, came back home and started drinking the water again. My friends threw away everything in my cupboard and my fridge because they didn't know what was making me sick. And I kind of wish they threw away my 5-gallon water on the counter, but they didn't. And then my friend even had it tested, and it came back normal, believe it or not.
And so if we go ahead and put up exhibit 444, page 67. So this is 6/12 of 2020. Were you back in the ER at this time?
Yes.
And it says nausea, dizziness, and dark urine in the hospital course. Those are the same symptoms you were having?
Yes.
And going to page 74, Shane, sorry, we're going to go through these quickly. This was just a few days after that. It was 6/18, and you still had the fatigue, weakness, and you, is that what you recall at the time?
Yes.
And, sorry to keep switching on you, Shane, but 83, please. And then this is 9/26 of 2020, so still at this point, is months later, and it says intermittent nausea as well as feeling out of it.
Were these the same symptoms that you were feeling during this entire time period?
Yes.
And so Shane, if we can go to page 88. So this is when you went back to Dignity Health again, and this is October 1st, so this is now the about 5th hospitalization at this point. At this point, were you admitted to the hospital again?
Yes.
And going to page 88, I think that's where we're at, right, Shane?
Yeah.
It shows the AST levels at your primary care physician was 1,500 and your ALT was 200 again, so elevated liver enzymes again. And did the doctors tell you that they were going to plan to do a liver biopsy?
Yes, he did. Yes, because he called me into the office and then gave me my blood test and told me to go straight to the hospital. And I knew I was feeling horrible, so he goes, just get you to the hospital fast now.
And you had to go get a liver biopsy at that time?
Yes.
Was that a fun experience?
It was very painful.
And so after you're released from the hospital again there, Shane, if you could put up page 127. So just even a few days after that, in the end of October, it still says nausea, sleeping, forgetful, and a history of acute liver failure. Are these the same symptoms you're having over and over again?
Yes.
And Shane, if we can go to 132. This is, again, another couple of days after that where it's the same symptoms that you're having over and over again. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And Shane, if we can go to page 150. So this takes us to November of 2020. Were you again admitted to the hospital at that time?
Yes.
And what was this like, your 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th going into the hospital?
I lost track because I was still consistently feeling sick as a dog. I couldn't do anything, couldn't focus. I just was so hopeless, I felt. I barely ate. I lost like 12 pounds from the time I got sick till that point. And I just, yeah, same thing. I was, yeah.
And so, Shane, if we go to page 152. So once again, you're diagnosed with acute liver failure, hepatic encephalopathy, and elevated INR. Down there, right? There we go. So, Shane, if we can put up the timeline that we have. So, does this look like a timeline of all the times that you were in the hospital?
Yes, it looks like it.
And how does that make you feel?
I feel sad. I feel deceived because I took very good care of myself my whole, basically entire life. I'm a yoga instructor. I used to teach. You know, I do a lot of things for people, to help people, and now I just feel it's hard to fathom that my liver is so broken or toxic that I just question my mortality.
And Daisy, you were here with Dr. Hudson, and to the extent that, you know, the experts are recommending liver monitoring and neuropsychological monitoring and therapy, are you committed to seeking those?
Absolutely.
And I'm so sorry for all you went through, but thank you for playing.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Amy. Good afternoon, Ms. Lee. My name is Joel. Are you okay to continue?
I'm okay, yes.
You've seen me with the other plaintiffs, you know I'm going to be pretty brief. So that's the good news. Looks like the last time that you sought treatment for your liver issues was about April of 2021. Does that sound right to you?
A liver biopsy, you mean?
Just any kind of treatment related to your injuries that real water caused you.
sounds about right.
Yeah, I'm looking at your fact sheet, and in your fact sheet, it lists the dates of treatment. It's all the ones that Ms. Switzler asked you about, and then the very last one she didn't ask you about, so I just wanted to ask you about it myself. It looks like you had some treatment in December, January, and then the last time was April 13th of 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes,
Okay, and your total medical bills to date are about $413,000. Does that sound right?
sounds about right, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that Real Water is liable for those?
Yes,
Okay, and you're aware that Real Water is liable for your, any future elastography that you choose to get? Did you hear Dr. Hudson talk about elastography?
yeah, the elasticity of the liver, yes, I'm very much interested in that.
And that's a lot better than getting a biopsy, you agree?
After going through 2 of them, yes, for sure.
Okay. You haven't done any of the treatment that Dr. Hudson's recommended, have you, so far?
Not yet.
Okay. And so the last time that you got treatment was about 3 years ago?
Yes.
2021. How are you doing now?
I'm doing okay. My health is not 100%. I manage. You know, my immune system has gone down much lower, so when I get sick, I'm in bed for like probably a month, longer than before. And like earlier this year, I couldn't get out of bed because I was swollen, lethargic. I broke out everywhere, and every spring. So my doctor goes, well, that's what happens when you have a liver that's only a certain percentage. It's not 100%. So I just accept and live day by day, and do my very best to be positive.
So the doctor told you that and I'm sorry, it sounded like you were describing allergies. What was the condition that you had? Was it allergies where you broke out?
Yeah, she said it was allergies, indeed, from the weather and environment, but because your liver helps with your immune system is quite low, so therefore your allergies are more severe than ever. And since the liver, it has been, like I'm always itchy. If you look at my purse, I'm carrying antihistamine creams and antihistamine I'll take every now and then just to calm myself down.
Okay.
Yeah, inflammation.
So over the counter
Yeah,
things help you?
stuff. Yeah,
I'm glad
just
to hear
very
that.
little, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Sweet, thank you very much for coming here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions from plaintiffs.
All right. Any questions?
And the next witness that plaintiffs call is Brandy Wren.
All right.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. May you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Brandy Wren, B-R-A-N-D-I-W-R-E-N.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, similarly to last time, we have Exhibit 508 that has been stipulated to admit, as well as 497.
That's correct.
Okay, shall be admitted.
Thank you. Hi, Brandy.
How are you?
That's my question to you.
I'm glad we're last and ready to go.
Can you introduce yourself a little bit to the jury? Where did you grow up?
I'm Brandy. I'm 49. I'm from Southern California originally, but I've lived in Las Vegas since 1986. And I went to high school at Valley High School and a little bit of college at CSN.
And my understanding is that you have 3 children. What are their names, and can you tell me how old they are?
I have 3 incredible kids. They're Courtney, she's 29. She's a figure skating showgirl. She's skated all over the world. She's been just the coolest kid ever. I have a 20-year-old girl named Fallon, and she's also just incredible. She was an athlete and a cheerleader and like just an all-around just perfection for a kid. And then I have a boy who's 18, Emerson, just graduated high school. works for Buick GMC. He's doing great. Everyone's really great.
And kind of transitioning to why we're here today, what got you interested in Real Water?
Again, my kids are athletes, and they were young at the time, and I myself spend a lot of time outdoors, a lot of yoga, a lot of hiking, a lot of snowboarding, just, you know, like for an athletic, outdoorsy family. And so alkaline water was like the new hot thing going on, and everybody was hearing about it. It's supposed to be better for your health, and hydro flasks were also popular, so my kids were like toting their little flasks, and we just thought it was like going to be beneficial for our family because everybody was so athletic.
And at some point you started getting the home delivery to your house?
We did. We started when they started home delivery. So as soon as they were ready for us in town, we were ready, and we got the 5-gallon jugs right away.
And approximately how much real water do you recall drinking on a daily basis?
Again, maybe I can't say this enough. We're all pretty outdoorsy, so a 40 ounce is about an average size hydro flask, and I was drinking 3 to 4 of those a day. And my kids also were drinking quite a bit, but not as diligent as me as a mom, you know.
And at what point did you start to not feel well?
In hindsight, I was probably sick all the way back in April.
April of 2020?
April of 2020, I'm sorry. We've been drinking the water for a couple of years. But in hindsight, yeah, I was probably sick probably starting in April, just feeling, you know, like everyone, a little wet noodly, a little lethargic. But I didn't really notice it. I mean, I noticed it, but I was still just kind of trucking along.
And Shane, if we can put a picture, or Exhibit 508, please, for me. Can you tell me a little bit about this picture? Also, I guess, who's that in the corner there?
That's Fallon. She's 20 now and like a raving beauty, but that was us. And in August, I wasn't feeling good. I missed a couple weeks of work, and she, you know, is the selfie queen, so of course she was taking pictures, and I was like, baby, please don't. Like, mom looks terrible, you know. And like, that's literally like laying sideways on the bed, like not being able to really, just really tired. And yeah, I mean, that was in August. So just like sick a little bit on and off for a couple weeks, missed a few weeks of work, you know, just tired. I don't know how to explain that.
And kind of taking us to the November of 2020 time period, do you recall at that point when you started not feeling well?
I do. It was Halloween week, and it was a holiday week, so the kids had a few days of school off, and everybody was getting ready to go to their parties and do all their stuff, and my oldest daughter was getting ready to leave for Florida. She had been home from COVID, and she was headed out, so that was that last week of October. I wasn't feeling good at the time. I had a home business, and I was making baked goods, and I did someone's order, and I don't remember doing the order at all. Like, at all. I made an order of cake pops for Halloween. It was like a 3 dozen something order, and I remember like trying to get the order done, but I mean, like, at the end, I had to call the lady back, and I was like, I'm so sorry I missed your order, and she was like, you didn't miss an order, like, I got my cake pops. So just for like a couple weeks, a couple days, I was just feeling so rotten that I just don't remember anything. And this was really tough because my daughter's friend committed suicide this week also. COVID was really hard on a lot of teenagers, and there was the funeral that week. So Thursday morning was the funeral. I woke up, our whole family was really, sad. And we went to the funeral, and I spoke at the funeral. And when I came back to my seat, I sat down, and I thought it was like nerves, kind of like now, just like a little nervy. They started feeling like, not great. And I stayed for the rest of the funeral, and there was an after party for the kids. And so my kids were like, Mom, come to the party. And I was like, I'm gonna drop you guys off, and then I'm gonna come back and pick you up. You call me when you're ready. So I went home, and I called my best friend on the way home, and I was telling her, gosh, girl, I feel like I'm going to vomit and be sick. She's like, well, should you pull over? And I was like, well, I'm going to try and make it home. So I made it home, and I went right down. And it seemed like 2 seconds, and Fallon called me, and she's like, hey, Mom, we're ready to be picked up. And so I peel myself off the bed. Now it's dark, and when we left for the funeral, it was like noon. So now it's dark and I'm like completely a mess. I pick the kids up and we get like fast food or something on the way home because I can't cook. So we go home and I lay down and I'm out. I'm done. Next day I wake up, it's Friday. I'm a bartender in town and I'm working day shift, so I get up to go to work. And I don't feel good, but I'm just like, I'm a single mom. I've been a single mom for my whole life. So I'm like, let's hammer it out. Let's go. Like, come on, girl, you got this, right? So I'm like kind of pep talking myself to get ready for work. And I make it to work and it sounds funny, but my bar is slammed on a Friday morning. It's Vegas, you know. And I have a ton of customers and I'm paying people out, the machines are going off and I'm pouring drinks. And somewhere in the middle I blink and my whole world just went and I started to get scared. And I'm not feeling good, so I'm just sucking down water. I bring 2 of those flasks to work every day, without fail, everyone knows me. I got my blueberries, my kombucha, and my water. I'm slinging it to work. And I can't get enough water in me, you know? And we have a back room. And so like I go to the back room and I'm sitting on like a keg, and I'm starting to throw up now. And nothing's coming out. And I'm blinking and I can hear the machine and somebody like reaches back like, Randy, okay? And I'm like, I'm good, I'm sorry, I'm coming. So I finish my shift, I call my boss, I'm like, hey, I am in such bad shape, can you come get me? Or can you come relieve me early? And we're all parents. So my relief says, I'm meeting my wife in the parking lot, Brandy. I'm so sorry, but I can't come in any earlier. She's got the kids. And I told him, it's okay, I'll just hammer my shift out and I'm good, like I'm good. And I called a friend of mine who picked me up and drove me home that night. So my car stayed there. I caught a ride home. I just was not feeling good, and my best friend called me and we had plans for Saturday, and she was like, hey girl, what are you doing? And I was laying on the tile floor in my house, sucking on an apple, because I couldn't keep anything down. And I was just like, I don't know, girl, I just don't feel good. And she's like, well, get your shift covered, you know what I mean? Let's try and get your shift covered, and, you know, like, we'll see how you're feeling tomorrow. So I went to bed that night. I got my shift covered. I did not go to work that day. My best friend called me because we had plans. And she's like, girl, I can't wait to come see you. What are we doing? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I didn't go to work today. I'm still at home, but come over. Because I could really use a friend, you know. So she came over, and we're drinking water out of my real water jug. And she's like, maybe you have the flu. Let's get some minerals. Like, let's put some minerals in here. And we sat, we had like a good, you know, good evening, even though I was feeling really sick. And she's like, oh, I'm going to come check on you tomorrow. I said, okay. So my kids were gone. They were all at Halloween parties. Everyone had kissed me goodbye. Everyone was on their way out. I shut the light off and never do that. I love Halloween so much. And I shut the light off and I put the candy outside and I went to bed. And I really don't remember a lot after that.
And at some point after that, did your family decide to call an ambulance?
So my best friend came the next day, which was Sunday. I was unresponsive. She called my ex-husband and she said, hey, something is the matter with her. Please come over and hang out with her. I can't. So my ex-husband came over. We're all friends, you know, and he stayed with the kids. And I could hear the TV and I could hear some things, but I was like not coherent. I remember trying to get up to go to the bathroom and I was like crawling on the floor. And I was thinking to myself, why are you being so dramatic? Like, there isn't even anyone in here, you know what I mean? Like, get to the bathroom. Like, what is the matter with you? And so I'm peeling myself on the floor, and I'm hanging onto the potty, and I'm like leaning against the wall. You know what I mean? And my ex-husband comes in, and he's like, hey, are you all right? And I don't remember any of it. Later that day, I'm laying in the bed, and I can feel things in my mouth. People are like trying to put in like a Pedialyte pop or like grapes. I remember at some point, like, come on, girl, like, you gotta get up, you gotta get something in your body, like, you know, what's the matter? So my best friend goes to work, the next day's Monday, so she goes to work. And we're like soul sisters, you know what I mean? So like, she's calling me all day, no answer. And she gets off work at 4 o'clock and she comes to my house and my ex-husband has my car, because his mom is also sick, so he's taken my car, my kids are home, there's nobody there. She calls him and she's like, Chris, where is, like, where are you? And he's like, well, I had to help my mom, blah, 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 and, Brandy hasn't moved since yesterday. No, she hasn't moved at all. And Julie's like, at all? Like, not at all? She hasn't moved at all. And he was like, no, not at all. But I'm going to take her. I talked to my mom. My mom said take her to the hospital maybe Tuesday if she's not feeling better. This is Monday. Now I'm unresponsive Saturday. I'm unresponsive Sunday. And now all day Monday I'm unresponsive. My best friend comes in. She sees me. She calls the ambulance. Then she calls my mother. And she said, I just can't. I have to take her. We have to go. So they called the ambulance. And I woke up to her POing me up. And she's like, come on, girl, we gotta get some clothes on. An ambulance is coming. Like, they can't see you like this. And they all think I have COVID. So, like, everybody's got, like, her boyfriend's there. She's there. They got a mask. And, again, this is my best friend for life. So she's legitimately, like, dressing me, and, like, putting clothes on me. And I remember hearing the paramedic asking me questions. And I thought I was answering. And I was not. Like, it was just nothing was coming out of my mouth, And, but I guess I told them I'm good and I can walk down the hallway. I thought I could walk down the hallway. And the last thing I remember is they put me on a gurney. I don't remember any of that. I do remember, like, looking up as they're, like, moving me down the driveway, and I can kind of see the corner of my house, and then I hear a loud bang. And I start, and it's the paramedic, and I can see that I'm inside the ambulance. And he, like, put his hand on me and he said, do you know where you are? And I said, yeah. And I don't remember anything after that. But apparently it was a big show at the hospital. Apparently,
And Shane, if we can pull up Exhibit 497, page 152, please. And so in the history of present illness, it kind of reports the exact same thing that you're talking about here. And it also shows that the patient is in liver failure and severely coagulopathic with an INR of 8.0, a mild kidney injury, and that you needed to be admitted to the ICU. And Shane, if we can go to page 74 of that same exhibit, please. So we see here are the AST and ALT records. And so the AST here was 7,214, and the ALT records results were 940. I know you said this time period is a little fuzzy. Do you recall the need for a liver transplant or any doctors discussing that with you?
I was in that, I don't quite know how to say the word, but that encephalopathy is a coma. If you guys didn't know what that really is, that's a coma. Your brain is swollen and you are in a coma. So that where you are not talking or where you are not, like, I was done. I went in unresponsive and I woke up. So I don't remember them telling me anything like that. But somewhere along the line I did hear my mom say, they're taking me for a liver transplant to Loma Linda, where some expletives came out of my mouth, and I was like, no, I am not going to do that. But, a couple days away from that fuel, your liver numbers start to come down, and so were supposed to take me, but the next day, I went from like a 7,000 to like a 6,000 or something, and they were like, well, let's wait, we have a liver on standby, but let's just wait a day. And then they waited another day, and, just waking up was crazy. Just even waking up in ICUs, and that's, people don't wake up in ICU, they told me.
And you had a liver biopsy, is that correct?
I did. I stayed in the hospital for 7 days, and at the end I did have a liver biopsy.
And were you awake for that procedure?
Yeah, modern medicine is awesome. I know that sounds crazy, but a liver biopsy is something really insane, and you are awake for it. And I held hands with a 26-year-old girl who was going for her first liver biopsy as an attending resident. So her and I held hands. Her name is Sarah. They bring you to a small room, no bigger than your jury box, probably half the size of that. And they take a needle with just the needle part is that long. They make you lift your arm up so that you can open up your rib muscles, and they did 4 biopsies, but you are absolutely 100% awake for it.
And is that painful?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that the fear outweighed the pain in this situation. You are more afraid of what is they are gonna find and why you are there, because you still don't know. You know, these doctors have been talking to me for 7 days. I've taken every single test I could possibly take. Bilirubin, this, that. I'm Native American, so like, could that be a cause? You know, like your culture even is in question here. You know what I mean? So like every test, every question, drug testing every day. So no, I had no idea what's happening there at the end of the liver biopsy. You don't know what to expect.
And did the symptoms resolve after your 7 days of the hospital?
They did. So I went home. I was on bed rest for 3 months. I was not allowed to go back to work. I was not allowed to drive a car. I was not allowed to cook a meal. And I was a single mom. So I Instacarted my food. You know, they have like a grocery thing, so I Instacarted my food. And I shop at Sprouts because I'm a total hippie. And I buy like the water in the glass jugs. So somewhere along the way somebody told me, instead of drinking alkaline water, what you should drink is spring water, because your body naturally turns spring water alkaline. Any alkalinity that they could put in a bottled water, by the time it gets through shipping and everywhere else, has gone from a 9 to a 7. Like, it's been heated, unheated, untreated, treated. So like, you don't really know what kind of pH balance you're putting in your body by the time you get this water. But spring water comes from spring, from the ground. Your body naturally turns it alkaline. And when I got home, I ordered cases of, I can't think of the name of it, it's a green bottle with a red lid though. And I started ordering that from Sprouts because I was just having my groceries delivered. Meanwhile, Real Water's delivery was not great ever. And I would always have to call and, you know, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't get my whatever, where I became friends with my delivery driver. And he would be like, hey, Brandy, I'm here, I'm coming, or put your bottles out or whatever. And so I just, I stopped drinking it. Thank God. I think I'm the only one.
And obviously you've heard this question, but are you committed to seeking liver function test and following the recommendations of Dr. Hudson and the therapy recommendations from Dr. Sands?
I followed every protocol since. I've been back to check my liver and have had ultrasound on it. And I've been in counseling for 4 years. So since this started, I started going to a therapist, because nobody can explain to you how to rage into the rest of your life after you've been dead on the table. So I've been in counseling for 4 years, and I'm in counseling tomorrow at 2 o'clock is my next appointment. So yes, I'm 100% committed.
Thank you so much, Brandy.
You got it.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Angelo, on behalf of Real Water, thank you for coming today.
Hi, Joel. Thanks for having me.
I'm sure you didn't want to be here, so we appreciate you being here. Also, it's not easy to testify in front of a jury, we get it. I don't have very many questions for you. My understanding is your medical bills were about $175,000. Do you understand that? You have to give an audible response, sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. They were 176. I'm sure just right underneath that. I do. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. It looks like the last time that you had treatment for injuries related to Real Water, and I'm going to talk about the psychological part, was January of 2021. Does that sound right to you?
Not right. I went back. I got nervous, so I went back and found another liver doctor, which was my mother's doctor. And I went and had liver testing and ultrasound done there as well in 2022. So it has been 2 years since I've had any
And
checks.
so the last time that you had your liver functions checked was 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How are you doing today?
I feel great. I have a little bit of PTSD. This is going to sound really funny, but
No,
you
not at
go
all.
into the store and you're in a hurry and you just want to grab a bottle of water off the shelf. But now I know that all bottled water caps mean something different. Green means it's processed, white means it's been processed. So I kind of feel like a little bougie, but I only choose Fiji and or Avion because they're so heavily tested and regularly tested. So that sounds funny that you just can't go in and grab a bottle of water. Also, this last 2 weeks, I have liver pain like no one else. But I do know from a therapist that she said that it is psychosomatic And that because these things are coming up and we've been talking about them in length. And I
That
have
makes
been,
sense.
so, yes, I'm great. I'm raging right through life because when someone puts you dead on the table, you run headlong into every single thing you can. You hug your kids tighter, you go on vacation, you eat that last bite of dessert. Like, you just do it, and you don't stop doing it. Because like what Daisy said, my mortality is in question here. You guys all saw my slides up there. You know what I mean? I'm basically almost have cirrhosis of the liver over nothing I did. So I'm raging, I'm hiking, I'm going to 100 yoga classes, like I'm doing as much as I can, whenever I can.
Good for you. Sure, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay,
No further questions from plaintiffs, Your Honor.
okay, ma'am. I don't think so. Okay, ma'am, you're released.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're done for today, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so tomorrow, 9:15, I'm going to go ahead and read you the admonishments. You're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, listen to any report or commentary on the trial by any persons connected to this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio. Remember the social media prohibition. And last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. And we'll start tomorrow at 9:15.
Yes, Your Honor. All rise to the portion adjourned.
All right.
Jury's clear, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. We're done, right?
One question, Your Honor.
Yeah.
This is more for the staff. Dr. Lynn is going to be testifying via Zoom tomorrow. What, should you just use the court's public link, or do you guys have something specific you'd like him to use?
It's the same.
Okay, this public link?
It's the same.
Okay, I just wasn't sure, because we did this in another courtroom, and they had a special Zoom link for it, so.
If you need me to do a special one,
Right.
but since we don't have anybody on our calendar or anything, we can use the same one.
Perfect, whatever's easiest for the court. is what I'd like.
Judge Hardy had a bad experience with
I
people on
understand
Zoom.
it,
Have a
and
good
you've
one.
heard about that, but, I haven't.
All right, thank you so much.